Well, here we are for day number 2 of the Florida Regional, day number 3 of our coverage here in Florida. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for our first match of today, and what should be a good one with Pimpin' Ain't Easy taking on McCoy and Watt. Gordon, how you feeling this Saturday morning?
I'm feeling good. Got a little bit of rest last evening, but always ready for another day of darts as we see the Fire King starting off here. Saw the DJD darts jersey. Always love to see them represented. And the big man, Jason Watt, following the opening of Bob McCoy. Level play back in action again today on the double side of things. We'll be mostly following 1 and 2, level 1s and 2. But always remember, you can follow along on the app in the Tournament King section. If you can find out your favorite player's corny team name.
If you don't know your favorite player's team name, I mean, how dare you? Are you even really a fan? That's the real statement there.
Hey, put it on a T-shirt, not on my bracket. That's the T-shirt that I want.
Can I admit something here?
Oh God, are you pro team name?
No, since
okay,
the starting
all right, because there was gonna be furniture moving around.
No. Since I started working at 30 at 2, where I always write notes after every stop of suggestions, every single one of those has been, can we get rid of team names?
Man.
And I said, if you really want to keep it, you can keep it for trips only. That you can have it there. Once you get to 3 or more, that's a lot of names. But get out of doubles, get out of singles.
Put it on your jersey.
Put it on your jersey. Put it on the counter.
So Pimpin' Ain't Easy. This is their second match, taking out Keith and Dano in the first 3-1. Nice 6 mark there from the other Bubba, the Florida Bubba, I'm assuming, with the Tampa Bay shirt.
That would have been a good pairing, like an on-site, like, okay, Bubba versus Bubba.
Bubba and Bubba, yeah.
Bubba and Gump was probably already taken.
The smooth stroke of Bobby McCoy. I know my hammering on him on outs has gotten to him. He's made a comment every time I've seen him that he's not good at math. Don't worry, I'm a fan, man.
I'm a fan for sure. Here you go, 1 bull there, 2 more needed. Looking for another one on Jason Watt. Does get it for leg number 1 in this matchup. Watt did do a little social media posting last night, basically saying that he wasn't very happy with his form overall. And I while I get it, I mean, it's not like he's having terrible runs. He is falling a little bit shorter than where he typically does in these brackets and matches, but he's not far off by the margins.
No, well, I think that speaks to the kind of thin margins that we see. I think in the opener, maybe even Friday, that maybe Thursday when we were talking about the qualifying tournament, the parity on the men's side is very high because every one of these guys can throw 5+. It's just how regularly do you do that? So when you're off by half a click and maybe you're only a 4.8 that day, or maybe a 5.3 and you're usually a 5.6 and somebody's throwing a 5.6 or a 6.1, the chasm is huge for how you're going to do that day.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As you can see, Bubba Joyner going up to get 319s, but very disappointed. Playing with Joshua Pimpin. Pippin I played back in, I want to say this would have been BullShooter 36, 35, which, well, it doesn't seem that long ago in the grand scheme of things. It's about half my dart career ago was when we played against each other, and he was excellent back then. He is excellent now. But clearly having some struggles for Pimpin' ain't easy. I mean, clearly it ain't easy right now. Will give me a so-so on that last remark. Good to know.
Yeah, and you see the kind of facial feedback there. Only a 4 mark. Not going to do it against Bob McCoy and Jason Watt, both extremely steady players, both extremely experienced. Look at this. McCoy looking for a 9er. Only coming up with a 7. So then I says to the guy, "Are we live again?"
Oh, we're live. We're live. We're live.
So
Yeah.
shoot. Okay.
Quick, hit the mute button. Hey, you know what? I mean, this is a knock on wood moment. I have not hot mic'd Gordon once since the 38 tour.
And Gordon and his LinkedIn appreciates that.
Well, there you go. That is a great performance there. Bob McCoy, 7.29, and a couple 5s on that board as well, but the pace was dictated by McCoy and Watt, who are trying to get a 3-0 win in this matchup. It's up to Pimpin to make it Pimpin here for their team.
And tell us what they win if they come through this one.
They win a great prize here, Gordon. They get to move on to play a nice amateur team that chose to play up to level 1. I love that they let the players move up upon request. Ram Guevara, George Daniels in the next round.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how those boys fare after they got a bye after winning their first round.
Yeah, it looks like
I mean, 6 one way, half a dozen the other, but we're gonna make a little note of that bracketology.
So, well, it makes sense. You have to look there and say, okay, how can we rig this the best?
Oh, please. The tinfoil hats are going to definitely have a field day with that one.
And a moment of transparency here. Growing process for us with this transition, and we do appreciate overall does seem to be a feel of optimism in the room of saying and bated breaths, just saying, you know what, let's just see, let's experiment, and I'm sure with more time we'll get the continual improvements that we're seeking in the program, and that's through feedback with you guys as well and all the players in the room. Mike Warner tuning in, Scuba Steve Diker, Bradley, Chris. We got Pimpin here that was in before the match. Appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in, and many, many, many more. If you're watching right now, feel free to ask Gordon Dixon any questions. He's doing a live Q&A with full honesty.
Careful.
And this might be Gordon Dixon's last stream with us if that was the case.
Bubba, unfortunately, just right next door on all 3. Makes a show of it, just kind of running up against the brick wall here. Not able to get anything going. Josh has stepped up quite a bit here in this game, though. As I say it, talk him into a 5. He's going to reset. I like this. Down 2-0. Got a little bit of your nose in front here.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, Joshua playing real well, honestly. Especially legs 2 and 3. 5-0 in the last leg. Right now hanging at 5-3-3. It takes 2 to tango. And right now, Bob McCoy having a little bit of a junior year slump after his 7-3-3. But in either case, it's a continual battle, and it requires Bubba to pick it up a step here.
Now, are you very familiar with Bubba?
I know. I mean, we've met plenty of times. We've had conversations, but I don't know him super, super well. I do know his name is actually Bubba. It's Bubba Joyner.
Oh, he takes a swing at the 18. I think just trying to, again, take advantage of a small point lead, try to move the game along. And Jason Watt going to be a little bit better at it. You see, ringing him up with the right hand there. He finds the big close around. No 9-mark lead for Josh, but would have at least liked to find the first 2 in that treble to give him some options.
Pretty much a tail end of this matchup here. Sorry, fortunately, my dog left the oven on. Had to go take care of that real quick. But it's pretty much a shot here for Watt to seal this one up. It's not guaranteed quite yet. You still have to hit the 3 mark, but you expect him to hit the 3 mark 99 times out of 100. Yep, and that's one of the 99 times. And this is pretty much going to be sealed up for a 3-0 win here.
It's gotten to the point where Pimpin' Easy is rooting for Bob McCoy and Jason Watt.
And here we go. Bob McCoy just needs 3 bulls to get through the door. Single 18 does push the bull, but imagine he's just going to start right this bull. And now abandoning does push the bull. I mean, that's the bare minimum turn. You can see the reaction. But they're not getting pushed. I mean, this league was a lot more competitive, but not getting pushed in the same way that really brings out the best of your game. You can't hold that against Bob in this given moment. Bubba with an outside shot. Needs to find that double. It's a good move. Good execution, just doesn't collect. And good last start. I mean, if you're going to show up, this is a good time to do so. It's a match-saving shot, as it at least makes Watt's journey a little bit harder now to the win. 36 does not get you the point lead, so you have to find at least 3 18s. And that's, with that being the case, you're probably going to stay on the 18s until you find 2 trips. I shifted, but he still was trying to find that 18. Just low on that wire. It was a good attempt, but this is a more obtainable shot, and this is the man you want taking it at a 517.
Yeah, double bull gives him 2 whacks. Only going to get 1. Oh, he doesn't get the shot. You see what that means to him. It's got to be frustrating. Averaging 5-1. Everything about the averages said that he was going to get a whack there. But we called this one a little early, saying that this was looking like a 3-0, but
still not over.
Yeah, made a little bit of drama here. Oh. No sense in shooting the bull now. Doesn't push it, though. So 3 mark for a leg. See Josh back there. Can't really believe the luck here.
That helps. 1 bull.
Oh, readjusting.
Don't put too much pressure on it. Oh, and he jumps it. He jumps it. The second dart was fine. The readjustment was not.
So 3 bulls for the big man. Try to close this one out. Oh, and he hits the double first dart. That is such a settler in that position.
Yeah, a great win there across the board, as I believe we still have our level 2 matchup going on that we were taking a look at earlier. We're going to go ahead and get set up here real quick. And here we go. Currently 1-0 in favor of Double D's. Taking on Dim Boys. And this is Bama throwing at the line. Bama, last year, I played with him at the Florida Regional in the blind draw during triples that was going on. Him and I got partnered up together. And I was working and playing some very sober darts. But he carried me and we got the dub, so we'll take it. And it's 1-1 in the matchup there, as Mr. Gator Hater, Ken, does go ahead and get the win. So we will be going to a last leg decider here. And this diddle will be important. Winner of this will go on to play David K. and Bradley. I believe that's David Kramer waiting in the next round. Derek and Dylan Bowers will be going against the darts here in this last leg. Derek and Dylan, players I'm familiar with. Definitely saw them a lot at Skybox. Some young gentlemen and brothers that have been doing some good stuff in darts and working on their game quite a lot.
Don't I remember a RIP Skybox?
Yeah, Skybox closed down beginning of 2024, end of 2023, somewhere around there. It was a very beloved, and that's the jersey they're wearing. So when the bar was closing down, they wrote down all of their like top players that came there all the time on a jersey. But yeah, it was one of those cases where the bar is a very popular and successful dart bar. They were planning on buying a new property and moving locations, and then the deal fell through after the building was already sold, and the owner's like, you know what? I guess we will retire. And that's basically what happened.
Nice.
And there you go. Ken finds a white horse here in the last leg decider.
What a time.
And here's Bama. Just need to continue to follow the same cadence that he has been at and his partner's at right now. Blink and you miss it, but you're in round 3, and it's a 6 and a 9 playing together. You feel good. Doesn't get the close on the 16s. Dylan Bowers in this shot here needs to just focus on betting the 16s. Yes, your opponent's at 4 numbers. Yes, you need to eventually do something about that. But you have an X on your 16s. You're down on points, and that's the only thing you can do here. There, Ken does just do a nice pedestrian turn, gets the point lead back, closes the 16s. And Derek trying to make a stand, needs to find another 15 at least at a dart, finds a trip. He's averaging a 6 right now. But if I'm Bama, I have 4 numbers here, and it's not that big a point difference. I need 2 15s. I'm hitting 2 15s first. You have 4 numbers up. There's no reason to get the point lead first if you need 2 singles. He misses the big 20, goes down to 15, and then only hits 1 of the 2 singles. That's why you just start there. Your opponent can't close all your numbers, and it's not that big of a point difference where you should have all the confidence to regain it on the next throw, even if they close 3 of the 4.
Yeah, that to me just kind of lack of experience for the position, which is odd to say because clearly there's been some darts thrown in the in this man's career, but yeah, just not utilizing the board appropriately.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of the positions, but inconsequential. It's 45 points. It's not going to make or break, but it's one of those things where when you look back at the match and you try to look back at your tape and say, okay, where can I improve? Because in the middle of it, when you're in the middle of a game, there's not much you can do. But post-tournament and pre-tournament, that's when you take back the feedback and the advice and the lessons, practice with them, and then bring that into your game going into the next. They're taking the advice, closing from behind. If I'm Derek, I'm closing 1 number and going bulls for the rest. Starting bulls is also fine. Finds a double bull on that last dart. So they got the bulls closed, but they're down 4 numbers. Bama's just going to get the point lead back. Make sure that they don't get a shot to try to sweep the numbers down. Only a single 20. Now, this is the shot, right? This is where you need to take your chip shots here. It's 70-point difference. You have the bulls closed, but they have 4 numbers. You can come back from this position now. Got to close 1 of the numbers. You got to close 1 of the numbers.
Yeah, should have been at 19s. 2 singles would have gave them the close. You have a game shot the next time you're up if you have the point lead.
Yeah, the shot selection he shows gives them no opportunities and gives, right now, Ken, the man who hit a white horse in this leg, a chance to close the deficit right back, and he does. If he closed those 19s, he would not have been shooting a 7 mark on them. He might have shot a 7 mark somewhere else.
I was just going to say, yeah, even if you move that to another number, it's still a great shot in that position, but you still come back in a better spot than you are right now.
Yeah, and so now it's a very much a unlikely position for double Ds. Because when I'm in a last leg decider, and especially at a point here where I have a point lead in the bulls and they have 4 numbers, you start to ask yourself the question of, what can I do? What tricks do I have left up my sleeve? What gets me to that 170 finish? Well, what gets me to that potential 3-dart out? Even if it is very unlikely, it's still something you have to make a reality.
100%.
Because now they're just stuck in a battle where they're not going to be able to get a clean shot at those numbers. They're just trying to regain their point lead each time. And admittedly, Dylan playing below the par of where I've known his game to be. He's very consistently in that 3 to 3.5 range, and he's been hanging around the 2s here. Derek taking breath. I mean, best man on the board, 4-5, leading the pack. Trying to find an angle. He's moving to the right. I think the left might have a better view of the bull. What do I know? Finds a double. Good shot there. He was able to find the line. If I'm Bama, though, I need 2 bulls, and we have all the numbers. I'm okay with starting the bull. He chooses to start the 20. Doesn't regain the point lead. Okay, the opportunity became possible again.
You saw what that meant to him there. Extremely frustrated.
Pop a single 19. Yep, a happy accident, but you'll take it. And it finds a bull. Now you're going into that timeline that we talked about a little bit earlier.
Three-point lead. Fighting back on the bulls is so tough, especially when they eventually already have a mark on it like they do. Because you know at any time, once they have that point lead, they do have a winning shot. You find the treble. He does. Does he pop the balloon?
No, I don't think Bama's confidence in his darts is there right now. I think he's trying to leave it to his partner, which is his decision. I think he admittedly should have gone for that bull because there's no game shot once you have the point lead for the other team. But I think that's why he stayed up, because the last couple rounds have only been 1s and a 2. So here, Ken is approaching with the point lead, though, so mission accomplished, and finds the double bull. And now we're going to go ahead and head on over as we have another great matchup right here. Ram Guevara and George Daniels, Team USA teammates, taking on Bob McCoy and Jason Watt, Team Canada teammates. I made that last part up. And this should be a great match. Leg number 1, we just are getting started in this matchup. Looking forward to seeing how this one will play out. So let us know who you're cheering for. Are you cheering for McCoy and Watt or Guevara and George Daniels? Jason Watt not in position to take this leg 4 numbers down. And I don't think we're going to see the 4 numbers down bull shenanigans we just saw in that last matchup here. Ram does go ahead and take leg number 1. Getting that on the board for Daniels and Guevara. This is a match where, honestly, it's hard to tip. I think Guevara and Daniels have the I think the teams have parity in the ability levels of their shooting capabilities, right? They're very tough. But on the other hand here, Bob is known to be a extreme high gear guy that has a random really low leg. Watt's been pretty consistent Guevara, we saw moments last night where he's able to snap into it and be the best. And then there's moments where he has these openings. It'll be the question of when these openings happen, because all these guys are going to be keen to pounce on opportunities like that. It's what makes them so consistent on the winning scale. It's really hard to draft this up any other way as high octane matches. That's back-to-back 9 marks here in leg number 2. And this is a great match that we're going to be looking at here, Gordon.
Oh, man, the amateurs are playing out of their shoes.
This level 4 matchup is something else.
This is why you give anybody a shot to play up.
That's right. Maybe one day George Daniels could be just like Sean Green.
Not going to catch me hammering on George Daniels.
You know better?
That's a giant, nice human being right there.
Yeah, he's one of the nicest guys. I asked him if lights out just meant like what was going on in his brain. Is lights out in there? And he just laughed.
Oh, here comes Ram. Fighting back with a 9er.
Back-to-back 9s for him in this leg. Watt trying to do the same. Jordan asking, why is Ram throwing for lights out and George for Ram? Probably just put the order in wrong on the board, and they just agreed that it's okay. In their average range, it won't make a difference for the sake of leveling or average keeping. You expect both of them to be 5.5s or around that range by the end of a long day. So more than likely, they just inputted wrong, and all 4 players agreed to just play through instead of resetting the match real quick. I will say I can never get used to reading Bob McCoy's name as Robert McCoy on the board. Every single time it throws me off as he hits a big 8 mark there.
Yeah, what a leg. I mean, Pimpin' Ain't Easy was the last victim, but gosh, these guys are on a roll.
Admittedly, right now, Daniels being the one struggling at a 3, right? You have 8, and a 7. Tough company to be in, admittedly, but a 3 just makes it so it feels one way.
Well, and going second also kind of makes that disparity stand out a little bit more in terms of how the board looks.
Richard Hotz nailing it right on the head in that comment. Ram goes back-to-back 9s and comes up down over 103 houses. That's this level of play, though. It is truly punishing. You have to be a true team to get through matches like this. There's not a lot of backpacking you can do.
He throws double bull. Absolutely incredible.
Disgusting 7.25.
Three bulls for Watt. And again, he finds the double with the first. I think they're talking about it. They'll be able to switch that order.
Yeah, team sub here. Now they're going to go and change it. So, yeah, it was just a little bit of misinput there. Probably played it and just messed with the cadence a little bit. Want to get things dialed back in. And, again, these guys are going to be fine with any change-ups like that. Clerical error.
Not trading 9s, we're trading 7s this time. Can't believe I'm going to say this, but George Daniels, the question mark after the first leg.
Well, in that very first leg, right before you got in here, I was actually talking about that. I said before it happened, I said George Janis is lights out when he's lights out, but he does have these random legs where he just drops off for a whole leg, but then will come right back. Rare to see back to back from him though.
Yeah, darts getting away from George left and right is definitely uncharacteristic. And Watt, again, feeling nice this Saturday. 9 mark to start his campaign here. Ram finds a 9. 7-9 for an 8 average here. I believe it was a 7.25 in the first leg. Bob stays steady as well. What a pleasure this is.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly something special. And a 5 mark still feels like a mess in this current climate of this matchup.
Yeah, I was just realizing I missed an entire leg. I just saw the opening 2 9 marks.
Yeah,
came into the,
you just came in at the good part. You were like, I'm going to skip through the first 10 minutes where they're doing a recap or something of the movie, and then I'll go ahead and get in there. Back-to-back 9s for Jason Watt.
Again, right? He did that in the last leg?
Ram did in the last leg. I think Watt went 9-7. How dare he?
Hack. Oh, and Ram going to murder his average by hitting 2 triples that didn't count, but still triples.
And now Bob has an opportunity to continue control. He's playing conservative. Now he's going to swing for sure and hits a 9.
What a shot. He's continuing to hammer away here. Again, George not feeling good about himself, averaging a 4. Looking at the rest of the board.
It's not going to improve. It's just going to stay stagnant right there. A break of throat incoming. Thankfully for George and Ram, they got that first leg on the board. So they're going to be in this match still, even if this leg goes the other way, which at this point should be going the other way. Chat saying Ram is human and Ram is mortal. Well, he's still averaging a 6.33. It's a very inhuman standard for the average human. Oh, sorry, 6'5".
He just looks likely every time he steps up there. Like I don't know what it is.
He has a very confident walk. In a alternative timeline, he's probably a model on a runway. He just walks confident. He looks like he knows what he's doing the whole time.
Look at that. Just smooth stroke. George is still shaking his head.
Combined 14.58 is a tough matchup there, huh?
Yeah, is there a level above level 1?
Yeah, they call it God mode. That's it. You hit the God level. Upper echelon of the game. Oh, lowers it to a 6.9. Hey, oh, here we go. McCoy and Watt, 2-1 advantage.
Oh, below a 7? Jesus. Get better.
Yeah, they still averaged above a 14 combined.
So gross.
Oh, what a great leg of darts there. But now Guevara and Daniels need to make sure to keep up the same energy. And now Ram having a miss after George's prior struggles. So now George is going to throw. Lights out. This is how this works.
It's tough. You don't expect to be in this spot.
Well,
and I think that's exactly why you kind of muff it, because you don't expect to be in that spot after Ram addresses the board, and you're kind of up there like, I'll just shoot the 20s. I'll just score a lot of 20s. And it doesn't happen. And look, George Daniels still not able to find anything until that third dart.
Highest average on the board.
It's not. It's factually true.
That upset you that it was true.
It did a little bit.
Well, we've seen it get a constant improvement player after player. 1 to a 2 to a 3. Here's a 4 mark. Here's a 4 mark. I'm calling it. Oh, I was wrong. There you go. Jason Watt keeping up the same cadence from last one.
Yeah, Ram down to the 19s. We'll see if somewhere in here these guys get aggressive. Does he take a swing? Only up 3. He does not.
And we are set up to get our first top 4 winner side matchup in level 1 after this. It's going to be Austin Braswell and I assume Brian Dennis taking on either Almost 5 Foot or Wesco's Happy Butt.
Put it on his shirt. I think George wishing he had that dart back.
Wish all you want, but you just have to change the upcoming darts. You can't change the ones you already threw.
Good 7 mark there from Bob. 1 point lead. So finally, since I've been sitting here, a little bit of a driver's seat for George and Ram.
And there he gets right back into the mix as he finds a big 9. And you can see Watt is having a big laugh. They're all kind of smiling, laughing at the situation here a little bit, but it's not quite over yet for this leg. Watt needs to make a big turn produced right here to help keep it back on track, and well, that's how you answer. It's a good 7. You're challenging Ram to find the 6 mark on the corners. Challenge declined, but it was a great shot. Good, calm, collected.
Yeah, wanting to push this to a deciding leg, no doubt, playing a little conservative there. Finally got George Daniels with the lights on. So just looking to maintain this lead here. Shake of the head and back over. So no 9 mark lead potential here.
You had to trip 19 or trip 15, so you shoot the 19?
I think I do in this spot. Not going to have to worry about that.
I just want everyone to know how high up the board camera is in the air, and you still got to see Jason Watt's head, by the way. I mean, that thing is 10 feet up in the air, at least.
Yeah, odd shot selection. I guess not. It did push it. No, it didn't. It was already pushed. Kind of a wasted dart there. Should have been a bull.
Well, Bob's going to just try to get a couple bulls in here to set up an outside opportunity. Chose to shoot that 19 on the last. I don't mind the shot. You found the 2 bulls. Your flights are crossed up.
Well, and you need them to miss once anyways if you're going to get a game shot. If he trags that 19, it does put a little bit more pressure on George. See, George just not happy with the stroke. He knows where it's stuffed in his head, knowing how he is going to get there. Or not get there in this case. Feel like he's short-arming it a bit. So the 3-8 version of Ram steps up here.
Some would call that a very rare version of Mr. Scrooston, but it does go to a last leg decider here. So we are going to be going the distance and having a very impactful diddle coming up into the cards. Bob McCoy, what do you got in store for us? Only averaged a 3-6 in that last leg, but if he gets that 7-2-5 energy, he'll be just fine, and that good spot on the bull.
Yeah, flexing his cork muscle.
So is Ram.
Of course, Ram ties him.
Well, we saw that against Austin Brazel last night. Austin Brazel, excellent double bull diddle, tied by Ram. Ram wins the second round of the diddle.
Now, still an opening here. Bob throws the exact same dart he did the first time, and it'll be okay. Doesn't. It falls through the cluster of flights. So Ram and George Daniels will get us started in an unlikely kind of spot here. You kind of felt like the middle part was bossed by Watt and McCoy.
Yeah, there was every reason to believe that they were, if George continued where he was, it was fine, but it was McCoy and Watt that also slowed down and that leg to enable this opportunity. I don't think you're getting another weak leg from Ram considering how he played in the first couple, as he starts off with a big 9 mark there, gives a little thumbs up along the way. But Bobbert trying to get right back in. Jay's in close pursuit, and we'll take a 7. By the way, I want you to know, Gordon, Cluster of Flights that you said earlier is actually my favorite album.
Is that by the Top Bottoms?
Front Bottoms? No, it's not by the Front Bottoms, nor is it an actual album. The Top Bottoms is a very different band, for the record.
Don't Google it. Jason Watt looking to follow with 7 of his own now. He does.
A good back and forth battle early on here. Ram wants to swing. Yeah, he loves his 19s and 17s, but there it was an aggressive play that didn't pay off, and Bob McCoy should be keen on this opportunity because now he can get his swing back up at the 20s. He can focus on defending the 19s with the X. He has a lot of options in his pocket.
Oh, and a first start triple just opens up what those options are.
It was so inviting. I don't expect the move there. Normally, I would say like the triple 20 that last start, but you have the X on 19s, and he just felt like it was going to go. It felt free.
Well, and it's going to take George Daniels to fill it up to even retake the lead. Oh, and he only finds 2 of them.
And he was calling for down. I think he feels like he should have gone down on that last start. 40-point difference, it's hard to justify that even with the X.
Well, it may be one of the reasons why he missed there, too. If he was of 2 minds, you got to have a plan when you walk up there.
And that's why I'm of 0 minds. Watt frustrated. He had his stab at the 20, doesn't convert it. Ram playing some cleanup duty from his earlier attempt at the 19s. Can he do himself right? And he will have the opportunity, and does barely on that 19 clean it up to a better position, but honestly not as a good position as you thought they would have had at the start.
Yeah, again, just a little slack play from George Daniels has been the difference in George and Ram running away with this, and these two, Bob McCoy and Jason Watt, being able to turn this leg on its head. You see a puff of the cheeks there from George. He knows this is a big shot. Now, look, that that was a man with a plan. He was never going to leave that 17 there.
No, he chose that route. He stuck to that route. There's never a doubt in his mind. I love every bit of that, especially with George getting back into the mix. I mean, you see a 6-6-3, 7-3, and a 5-6-7. Again, back to that standard of which we would expect for all the players across the board. What? Finds a 5, and that 5 is one of the ones that feels like a miss given the situation and knowing who's coming up with the 17s in hand.
Yeah. Again, with the bigger number, I kind of understand, but at the same time, you're going second in a cricket leg. You're up some points. You already have the bigger number. Is that better? Let's picture a triple 18 versus a single 18 versus a single 17 or a trip 17. Which is going to do you the most good? And I just think a swing at the 17s is better there.
Well, and they're playing at a level right now where it's we advise players difference from what we would advise a pro in the sense that, hey, you got to play for what's the best miss, what's the best single. But at the same time, on the other end of that spectrum, instead of playing for best single, you just know that they should be expecting triples at this point.
And there's a 9er that'll put them in a pretty good spot now. Again, you're flaunting with this. If you're not taking a swing at their number when you're losing or going second, that's just opening it up for them to have more opportunities to shut the door on you.
And Ram has an opportunity to close up the corners if he wants. He's going to choose the 17s for now. Finds a 16 on last. Gives a little bit of a fist bump with it. And everybody's over a 6 in this party. But this party is now favoring Guevara and Daniels. Play for the 9 on the 15s. Hope for a outside opportunity. Play for the 3 on the 15s. Hope for a real outside opportunity.
Yeah, and Bob's played so well this entire match. I mean, hell, I'm about to criticize him at a 6-2 in a deciding leg.
In a 10-round deciding leg, too. You know, I mean, they're getting deep into it, and everyone's still above a 6. Hard to critique much other than a handful of early shot selections at the beginning of this leg. Line, don't throw it, Jason.
Mark it a 0, Donnie. Oh, the blocker dart's got him. He does close out the 17, but is Ram going to miss? Is Ram going to miss a single bull? I don't think so. He's going to not miss a hole other than the middle hole of the double bull.
Yeah, it's every other part of that double is fine for him.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well shot. Entertaining match. Good back and forth from all those guys. It was kind of a story of an up and down George Daniels where everything finally clicked in the decider.
We're going to take a quick moment here. Coming up next is our first top 4 matchup of level 1. Almost 5 feet, taking on Austin Braswell and Brian Dennis. My name's Nick Scher, joined by Gordon Dixon and Will Stewart, and we'll be back in just a moment's time. Well, welcome back, everybody. Here is our top 4 matchup in level 1. Who will book that first ticket to the seat match? My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon on the mic. Will Stewart in the background. Gordon, how you doing?
Well, you got it mixed up. I'm a non-ESPN commentator. William Stewart here. What's going on, everybody? Happy to be joining you for the coverage of this one. We got Austin Braswell and Brian Dennis, the Florida boys, taking on this other team of Junlon, who was a character yesterday at the ESPN event, to say the least.
Correction there, Will. He's a character every day.
Well, that too. But this guy probably took about 72 Pop Dart sets and filled us all up with Pop Darts. So thank you, Junlon. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we appreciate June.
My kiddo will definitely thank you as well. So here we go. But, yeah, pretty good teams here, especially with the addition of Brian Bigham, who was, well, part of that top 4 in that ESPN event. Brian has the 20s. Yeah, just takes a shot at 1 before going down to close. Probably the ideal shot there. Just go ahead and get rid of it if you can do it in 3 singles.
Yeah, exactly. Play efficient, play smart. You got a little bit of distance, right? So it's about this first leg, just getting yourself settled just right and putting a good precedent for yourself going forward. Now, Will, we've been having some FOMO on the mic so far. We hadn't had a chance to have you on. It's nice to have your sultry tones joining us.
Hey, we're trying to. I mean, it's been I guess I haven't been on all weekend. That's kind of crazy. But, hey, we've been taking care of stuff in the background and whatnot. You guys have been doing a fantastic job. So why not leave the
professionals to it?
Exactly. Leave the 2 guys that know what they're doing to it, I guess.
I somehow found a compliment out of that.
Take care. It's all right. Here we go.
Pleasure to be on here with you, Will. Now, let's look at Bubba here, right? We have Bubba representing the higher end of the average on the almost 5-foot team for breaking up the average height of the 2 players. Austin has had a good weekend. He had a solid invitational performance. He had a good finals where he lost in the last leg decider of the final set to Ram Guevara last night and got 2nd place. So there's a lot to like about Braswell's form right now. And Brian Dennis, when he was on the stream, played great as well. So if we're going to continue with them having their best performances be on stream, they're going to be a handful for this Ohio-West Virginia duo.
Yeah, they will be. And man, I look at the Florida guys. They play together often, man. That's the thing that kind of throws you there. It's one of those teams that they don't really have to look at each other to know what they're thinking, and that's always a scary thing to have happen when you're the opponent.
Well, and yeah, exactly. If you're Brian, you know that Austin wasn't thinking in the first place, so you don't even have to guess it. Wonderful.
Hey, not thinking got him a great run last night in the singles event. So whatever gets you there, right?
Yeah, and I mentioned on the mic, but I mean, watching the development of him, certainly proud to see him go on that kind of run. Now, Austin does find the trip, needs to find another one of those to get the point lead back. Doesn't quite get it, just blowing that wire. It looked like it left his hand good. He thought it was good. It just doesn't quite collect. Our other top 4 matchup, by the way, will be Ryan Farrell and Darren Dockenmeyer taking on Ram Guevara and George Daniels. So we'll probably be getting that one next.
Sounds like a plan to me. Everything's kind of cruising along here. Gotta find a battle for the hill.
Oh, Brian, not happy with that last there. You can see the
Tough.
reaction. That was a visceral one. He did not throw it the same as he threw the first 2.
And how much does it really help him? I mean, 48 points. You're only at 550. Big him 10 points behind. Chances are he's going to go ahead and gather this anyway. Well, maybe not anymore. That's a tough dart.
Yeah, the difference is if Brian did hit it and got that 10-point advantage, it means that after Bubba hits that first single 20, he probably wouldn't have gone down to the 16. He probably would have stayed up and tried to hit a 7. So, and in that case, because of the 16 miss, it actually worked out debatably more advantageous.
Needs another, and even another's not going to give him enough. As I'd be tempted to take my shot early here if I'm Junlon, but it looks like he's going 20 route. Maybe a last dart commitment. Nope, second dart commitment before going back up. It's always interesting to see how a player converts there, whether they use their last dart, their second dart, commit on the first. Everyone's slightly different in that way.
And that's the cool thing about darts, right? It does leave a little bit of room for interpretation of how you want to throw, the way you throw, the types of different throws you see. We look at other sports, right? And there's expectations for good form of what this looks like and how that should be executed. Darts, I love the variation of these high-level players. I mean, just look at the top 4 finalists that were on ESPN yesterday and compare their different dart strokes. They all have different approaches to how they throw that. Kevin uses the wrong hand.
Yeah, no kidding. Those are lefties. Get rid of them. Just kidding.
I don't trust lefties in darts. I don't trust them as quarterbacks. I don't trust them as pitchers.
And Nick with a dynamite sports drop. How about that?
I want you to know, I've been on ESPN.
Rub it in, bud. Rub it in.
No, I'm kidding.
That's funny.
I do love the irony, though, of like the amount of sports talk and me just being like, I know enough to get by. Fernand in the chat saying, that's not fair. I'm left-handed. Well, no, you do it right. It's all the other left-handeds that do it wrong.
Well, Brian knows he's up for a task here. Needs to convert on as many bulls as possible. Does gather 3, but you probably...
His only shot there was to hit the 3 bulls in the first 2 darts to get a shot to 20, leave it 4-3. That's your route. That's your trying to find the forced error position.
And this could be done. We'll see Brian working his way over. Not really pleased with the first dart there, and it's just because it's blocking that double segment, but you should be able to convert here on the 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 punch. Get it done with a 4.14.
Yeah, 33% of the way to a win. That's leg number 1 for almost 5 foot. So Brian Bigham, probably like 5'11", 6'1", somewhere in that range. June, probably,
it converts. It converts to about 5 and 5-3, to be honest.
So they're not almost 5. They're just
They're above 5. They're above 5.
Barely above 5. Mackenzie Wall tuning in saying, each time I've been on the live, Braswell is playing. Well, he keeps earning these opportunities.
Yeah.
He did kick off our invitational coverage, 2 days ago now. And then he does the deeper. If you get into the finals of level 1 and the seat, you're going to be on the stream. So,
yeah.
And then here, I mean, this is a top 4 to get into the seat. So, yeah, he's just getting those numbers going. And honestly, unlike years past where you look at Florida Regional, you're thinking I'm going to see a Danny Baggish, which obviously with his situation, we didn't expect that this year. But you looked and normally you would see a Danny Baggish, you would see a Kenny Doyle, you'd see a Nick Slepik. Haven't seen those guys. I mean, Kenny did play on yesterday. He was in the field for singles, but those are guys you're not seeing right now.
Yeah, I did see Nick in the crowd yesterday, just hanging out for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's a good mention. You usually see those folks here, make it a little bit more stacked feel. But yeah, with them missing out, I think others are going to sense an opportunity. Granted, you still have a good field. You still have the Ram Gavari. You still have your Jason Watts and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Your Kevin Lukes, Elliot Milks. But man, you got to circle it as, okay, if I can just get the right bracket, because it's all luck at the end of the day on the bracket, and I produce, you can come out on top.
And that's what is so good about seeing like Austin's run last night, is because it's the Florida event, getting the on the run. And normally, if you don't have like the Kennies and the Dannies in the mix properly, you might put an asterisk there. With the invitation on all those players here, there's no asterisks. It's a good run.
Yep. Big hit from Bigham there. 6 mark average so far, but he nixes out those 20s, which is a big deal. Get rid of that higher ground. Force Brian to collect on a 9 here. Almost does. Right on top of the 19 bed. I thought it was due to hit.
And June needs to try to just take advantage of the situation. First start trip. Let's stay. Here's the move. And it was right on the wire. Good shot. Doesn't quite convert. Putting Austin in a situation to now try to respond back with a potential 8. Needs another one of those. Doesn't get it, so now he has to stay on these 18s. And unlucky on the deflection there. He did try to place it a little bit. It looked like it wasn't thrown quite as hard as the other two, which enabled that deflection, but in either case, tough position as we got Ray Carver saying good luck everyone in the chat. Kaja in here giving some love and support and talking about how she keeps seeing Jason Watt every time she tunes in. This time in the background, he was there earlier. He loves the cameras. That man was made for the cameras. Mostly those cameras that take the very terrible forest pictures that you see Bigfoot in. But cameras nonetheless.
360
trail cam, thank you. That was the word.
Those 360p cameras.
Yeah. And then they have the MOVs too with the rotoscoping.
Those dang MOV files.
That's a callback. No one will know. That happened with us.
Nope, nobody will know that one. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, that one's for us.
Big collection there. Junlon just makes it hurt. A 5 and a 6 here. That's a pretty tidy average to potentially take a 2-0 advantage here.
Yeah, it went from a competitive first leg and a competitive start to this leg to one way heavy. With the two numbers, you can see a 4 and a 4. Austin, with the standard he's been playing at, he's about a mark and a half lower than where he would want to be. And Brian about a mark lower than where he would want to be. You'd expect him to be at a 10-plus combined. Right now they're at 8.75 after that good shot from Austin.
Oh, big shake there, the camera. Sorry, buddy.
Actually, the camera's not shaking. You're all just drunk.
Oh, that's it.
Drunk with power.
Too many this morning.
Enjoy. Danny Baggage bringing out a point that was great. We were actually talking about this during the finals last night of Ram and Austin. But Danny's saying, how often do you see players look down at the score after the second dart? Is it out of habit or to see where they are? If they knew where they are after a 6 or 4 mark before they throw it, would that be a mark? Would that be a mark better in their game? Yeah. What our exact point is I don't even think a lot of the players, and this applies to Austin, I don't think they're actually consciously checking the score. I think it's really subconscious. Like it's just naturally glancing, and then they look back up on their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's actually like, okay, what am I at now every single time with his level of play. But because you have that subconscious habit, it does break your eye line, and it does actually hurt your game, in my opinion. I think that's just, especially if you're a soft tip centric player, it is a habit that is pretty easy to develop.
Yeah, everybody's a little different on how they do things. I know, like Richard Vinstra is a guy he's Dutch, played on the PDC circuit as well, but he's a guy that doesn't blink when he throws.
Really?
You've seen that? Yeah, he doesn't blink. So when he steps up, he just stares at the board and I mean, keeps his eye on the prize, essentially, and then just.
Well, you remember at LVO this year, we had a lady that blinked right before she threw every dart.
Yeah, the Japanese player.
I'm blanking on her name, but
yes,
very talented player.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, she would literally close her eyes on her pullback. Crazy. Well, there you go, 4-2-9 and a 5-0. Get that 2-0 advantage their way. And yeah, Braswell is staring at the ground, knowing, well, if we're gonna get to this hill match, we're gonna need some darts to go our way.
Yeah, and that's what you have to kind of consider is how can I dictate this game? How can I take control the way that I did it in the last, and then execute on that plan? Austin's strong suit has been his triple 20s. Getting the start does have an advantage when you're hitting the trip 20 very well.
Big trip 19. This gives him options here. And he took the option at the 20. Just a single, but that forces Brian to collect here. Yeah, those two darts were so tough to work it in. You got one placed on top, one placed right below the triple bed. Junlon looking to make it hurt.
Doesn't make it totally twist of the knife, but it's definitely a stab wound nonetheless.
They're forcing Austin to almost hit a 5 or 6 minimum.
He chose 4. He said, how about that for your minimum? But no, he's not going to be happy with that. His third dart's been pulling a little bit now.
One big trip on the 19. Brian's going to go ahead and 1-2 punch the 20s.
Can I say, one of my favorite things that's ever happened with Brian Bigham? Oh, you called the right shot. It just doesn't convert with missing the big number. But
Give it to me.
One of my favorite moments with Brian Bigham at the Ohio BullShooter on the 39-2 where he comes up to me. Like, I was walking out there in the middle of the live stream to do something. He comes up to me real quick. He's like, hey, real quick, I have a question. I was like, he doesn't normally have a sense of urgency like that. He's a very calm, collected dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was like, dude, what's wrong? What do you need? He's like, what's that thing that you guys say to refer to plaques? And I was like, oh, Gordon calls it gourmet firewood. He's like, thank you. And then he walks away. So he had some purpose to know the answer to that. And I think it's hilarious.
Worked up about that, of all things. That's funny right there.
I don't know. You had to go tell somebody that immediately.
That is good. That is good. Yeah, a true guy that, even yesterday I walked up to him with camera in hand, and I was just like, how you feeling, bro? I'm all right. I'm ready to go here. Floor's a little sticky, but I'm good.
You can't be a high-stress person and be named Bubba. That is definitively true.
True. Bubba Watson the same way.
Bubba Gump.
Dang, Forrest. You're welcome.
Was Charles Barkley on the boat? What happened there?
Bro, you've never even seen Forrest Gump, so let's not even talk about it.
I have.
That was prime Bubba right there.
I was too busy watching Forrest Gump and Shawshank Redemption instead of Little Nicky.
Shrimp stew. Oh, man. Brian.
I think debate about the 20 close on that last start, and he still converts to a 3 in a bed.
It kind of looked like it, because I don't think he felt like he could work its way in, but he made the smart choice. Go ahead and hit the 9 there. Because if you only hit the single in the 20s, you almost give them the opportunity to close your wedge as well. And they still may do it.
Gordon Stewart in the comments saying, watch out, the real Gordon Stewart is in the house. What's going on, the real dad?
He still expected his invoice to be paid.
I owe you next time I'm in Kansas, sir. I owe you.
That's quality funny there.
I'll get him back. You come over, Gordon. You come over to TOC again, and we'll go. I'll pay you your fee.
Bryson has officially fell for it too. He called Gordon Dixon Papa this morning. So here we go. The whole family's in on the joke now.
Again, left eye was where Gordon was sitting. Right eye was Will. I think I'm just reading across the line.
So if you're listening at home, Nick is the guy from Mr. Deeds with the Steve Buscemi from Mr. Deeds.
Yeah, just like that.
And Nick has no idea because he's never seen Mr. Deeds or any other Adam Sandler movie.
Not a clue.
Except for Little Nicky. You watched that the other day. You're welcome. All righty, back to the match here. Oh,
Richard
good.
Otts, by the way, bringing up a good point to Danny Bagish's earlier comment, talking about like, hey, sometimes the players get in the habit because maybe they play at a local bar with a board that's in heavy use that sometimes will misregister. Maybe sometimes that's the reason they're checking. I do think, especially in a cricket environment, that just shouldn't be the case because you can hear if you hit the trip or not, right? It makes an audible noise. The audio is pretty loud on these boards in the tournament hall. So that part, I also just, again, like maybe in a bar where there's loud music or something, it might be hard to hear the board sounds and you develop that habit. But in cricket, you should just know if that trip was good or not based off the sound alone.
Yeah, sound is a big feature here. I mean, that's the alternative from steel tip to soft tip is you have that added board sound that if you're used to it and you know, then you can hear that and base it off of that.
Now, speaking of board sound, one request I did make, and I think actually might be happening soon, is I requested that we have some different noises for the main triples there, so that way if you're visually impaired or want to be able to know what you hit and you hit a wire shot, to know a trip 1 is not the same as a trip 20 and 01, right? Because it's one of those things that can confuse you when you're playing in motion. Adds a little bit more certainty.
That's a good point. Brian, you saw there, hit his second 9 of the leg, and it still doesn't produce what he really wanted, and that's because you're going against the 6-0 and 4-6 right now. And unfortunately, Julon, I mean, 3.80, it's just not enough here in this.
It's an off leg, but they're up 2-0. This is not the leg they had to win.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to circle back, and they're going to get the start here in this one. So looking to convert to make it 3-1 and advance on to that hill match. And Wayne does say he hasn't seen it. Fire him immediately. I know. I wish I could, but unfortunately, he runs the show here on this front. Now, USA Darts, on the other hand, you're fired.
If you guys are curious how the hierarchy works, it's actually all of us on the bottom of the totem pole, and we're just trying our best.
True. Very true. You're just somewhat above me on the BullShooter pay grade, I guess.
No, just in life.
All right, pink hair, calm down.
It's not pink, it's red.
Potato. It looks pink to me.
Chat, look at my profile picture on Facebook and tell me what color my hair is. Thank you very much. Austin Braswell with a 9 mark. 7 mark.
Yeah, good guess, but it didn't convert.
Now, here's the real question. June, because he's been playing so much Pop Darts, has that affected his dart throw?
Man, everybody and their mother seemed to take home the Pop Darts yesterday and have a tournament.
Honestly, ESPN marketing for Pop Darts is one thing, and you could argue one way or the other about it, but marketing it next to all the soft tip dart players immediately got them a whole bunch of new adoption rate of audience.
I said yesterday, there's a lot of conversion that can happen. They can start participating in soft tip darts. We can start participating and having fun and taking those with us too. It's fun.
And we talked about doing a crossover matchup of like our guys against their guys against our guys.
Gordon was all about that. I think Gordon
was naturally good at
Gordon
it.
wanted to find a qualifier yesterday. He wanted to find a qualifier yesterday to compete on Pop Darts.
We might, by the way, if you look inside June's bag right now, he showed me inside his dart bag earlier. It's just 12 of those darts. Like, it's 12 Pop Darts in there. I'm not kidding you right now, in his dart bag out there.
No real darts, just bring this Pop Darts.
He started busting them out. I'm like, they're not glass tables. They need you still need a surface to stick onto.
Oh, big conversion from Austin Braswell there. Great 7 mark as he closes out the 20s. Nice 4 on the 19s.
Right to the 18s for June. Doesn't take the hero dart. Stays for the 7. A good shot. Brian Dennis has not been in the gear he needs to be in this matchup so far. He's been hanging at a 4, hit a 4-6 that last leg. Did I motivate him? I did with a 7. Because if Austin stays in that 5.82 gear that he was in the last leg, he stays around this high 5.5 plus. He's consistently finding that. This has been a good showing for him this weekend so far. And if I'm Brian, I'm thinking, I just want to keep that guy with the high hand going. I'm going for basic collects. He chose to stay on the 19s for points. He didn't go for a last start close. He wants Austin to have a chance to return with the point lead and force Bubba to hit a good shot here with a last start trip needed.
Good 6. But again, I said it earlier, somewhat of an opportunity for Austin. Somewhat of an opportunity for Austin. It was actually a really good opportunity. He has the 19s. He has the upper hand here. So really,
He does. He has to take that 18, in my opinion, though.
Mm-hmm.
On that last start, you hit the first 2 trips. The only reason why I'd say that there, and we could argue the high ground conversation if we want, but
No.
but the way he's driving his team right now, he is the guy that has to take those swings, minimize Brian taking those swings.
Yeah, yeah. You do. I can see where he was thinking, all right, another 19 here, because it's somewhat attainable from Julon and Bigham on this next turn. But yeah, I think you gotta consider that shot on dart 3.
You do. And again, it's part of doubles play in general is kind of factoring that stuff. It's not like you're going to be looking and saying, oh, I have to do these certain things because Brian can't. Brian obviously can. But just given the current state of the matchup and just being cognizant of saying, even right now, Brian Dennis is back to where he wants to be, right at that 5-3-3, but Austin's at a 7.
Well, here you go, Julon. What do you say? Yeah, he needed to collect on first and second there to take the look, and you can see he immediately started biting that flight.
Well, now, again, Brian's faced the same situation. He ended up collecting 5 on the 19s last time. He hasn't opted to take the 1-2-3 close in the 18s, and this is almost exactly how the shot went last time, where he had top, bottom, but this time pulls right, and Bubba should be able to get some stability in this game. He's looking for just 1 trip on that 18. If he gets on the first start, he has the cleanup close on the 19s. And not the shot order I would have preferred or advised, but the execution and results that was wanted. He didn't get that. He stayed up there after getting that first start trip and then still shot the 19 in the last. It was a good collect. It forces Austin's hand. And Austin just finds a 5, and he lets the camera know exactly how he felt about it.
Yeah, the verbal or the facial features screamed what he was thinking there.
His facial features scream something. Guys, again, I would like to remind everyone I'm friends with Austin Braswell.
Well, yes, we both are. We all are. But to be honest, we're kind of friends with essentially everybody, but some of the newcomers, of course, you kind of develop that friendship. But everybody knows what we're trying to achieve. We're not trying to bash anybody. We're trying to help them out as much as they're helping us out, really.
Well, we're here to build up the dart scene, right? When we do live streams like this, it's to help grow and promote the sport.
Now, Gordon, on the other hand, that dude will bash any.
Oh, he'll let you know. He'll let you know. But we have a weird spot where it's a small enough community where you do want to just kind of be more on the positive side. But the worst thing you can do if you want to hear good comments about yourself on the live stream is become friends with us. Because then we know exactly where that line is and what we can say and how honest we can be.
They tried to go back up to the 18s there, but it's a solid 5. As it forces Braswell to find a new number here, find a new wedge. We say it over and over again. You can make a comeback on the 16s and 15s. Your 9, you've got to hit the 9. They got to be producing a 5 or 6 or less. I mean, you can do it. It's tough.
And when we say that, it's also because if you're playing the average game of cricket, by the time you get into 15s and 16s, there's a lot of legs that are already won and lost before that point. So you're not practicing your strategy on the 16s and 15s the way you should be. So many games are won or lost in that position of the board. I made a whole video about this topic, just hyper-analyzing 2 different legs from Zach Fuchs and John Pilgrim's matchup in the CSC a little while back. But when you break down and you take a close look at those situations, those averages, and that level of play, practice that. Consider those game states in the situations, as now Brian Bigham 1 bull away from a 3-1 win.
Can he find it? Can he work it in? He can. Big shot, big win. A 5.14, a 5.17. Doesn't get any more equal than that on your average front from 2 teammates.
Exactly right. And now coming up next here is going to be Ryan Farrell and Darren Dockmeyer taking on Ram Guevara and George Daniels in our other top 4 matchup in just a moment's time. So, guys, don't go far. Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart, Gordon Dixon in the comms here. We'll be back in just a moment. Here we go, the other top 4 matchup to see who's moving to the seat. We have Edie and Doc taking on Ram and George to see who moves on to play almost 5 feet. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Stewart's son, Will Stewart. How you doing?
Doing well, Nick. Doing well. I thought that was kind of that overhead look is sure is something. Just how over to the left Ryan Farrell was there kind of just threw me off for a second. But yeah, to each their own. Your preferred line of sight.
Yeah, I haven't seen someone that over to the left since the last time I went to go vote. It's a joke.
Why would you? Jeez, Louise. You know that's what's wrong with you. Okay. All right, if we're gonna go there, we're done. We're done.
All right, here, wait for the recording of this match later. All right, time to get into our top 4 matchup here. George Daniels and Ram Gavar taking on Edie and Doc. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart.
Woo! Big 9 mark to start us off here from Ram.
Love every bit of it. Ryan Farrell, Edie. He's we've been talking about him quite a lot, but good performance in Chicago, solid performance in Invitational, solid runs today. I mean, man, he's doing some good work in his game right now.
Darren knows got a task ahead of him, but can hit the 9 here and take the advantage away. As he actually let everyone know to tune in here.
Yeah, very kind of him to remind everybody on our pages to tune in. No, I do love it. I had some good conversations with Darren. And he's been playing some pretty solid results as well so far. Just not getting quite the big wins yet, but he is playing very well this weekend. Just a reminder, last night we had a cool opportunity to be able to feature levels 3 and 4 to completion. I was able to see that on our bonus coverage over at twitch.tv/BullShooter World Tour. Some great wins in those last couple of matches there. And, of course, we got to watch out level 2 finish out as well. It's been great to have such a good variety of all these different players making it to the live stream here. I love seeing the different faces make the run.
Triple start. He did take his look there at the 20s. Now going to have to convert back to those 18s and big 6.
Yeah, Edie does get under that dart. It was a weird position, but was able to still make a 7 out of it. Love to see that as now as an 86-point advantage, meaning that now if George wants to be able to shoot the 18s with the point lead, he's going to have to find 2 trips. If not, he's playing for a 5 mark. George was a bit of a question mark in that last matchup. Not as much here yet. It's only game 1, so it's a little too early to make that call. But he does not want to carry over that same energy/level of performance into this one.
Big triple here. Even Stevens on the score line. It'd be tough for him to try to take that look at the 20s and 19s in that position. So makes the right decision in staying on those 18s. Just not exactly what he was wanting. Wanted a 6+ because this guy's behind you and he is really collecting.
There's a good 7 from Edie. Once again, following the 7 mark from the last throw, averaging at a 6 right now. I do love to see George Daniels and Ram Guevara pairing up together after being on Team USA together and wearing the same jerseys today. It's cool when you have those superstar mashup teams because it can I don't know how much they were playing with each other at all before, but it is really cool to see them at that point together now.
Yep. Walk the dog, why don't you? Oh, chooses the bull over the other. I like it.
I
like
that
it. Try to go for the early coffin shot.
Yeah, exactly. You're setting up a game shot for your partner if Ryan doesn't go and bet a number. 5 would not have gotten the point lead, so would have had to play for a bed. It's great because now George can just go up here, trip 16, double bull, trip 15. I like to go in that that nice horizontal line. Trip 16. Oh, you didn't do it the fun way. I think if you went double bull, trip 15, it would have been perfect. It was a bad shot order. Can't believe the errors.
Oh, of course. Of course. Well, either way, I think that Doc and Edie are unfortunately not going to grab this leg, but they'll get the start in leg number 2 here. A reminder, Brian Bigham and Yulon Fernando are your other team that's actually already been placed in that hill matchup. So fighting it out for a guaranteed third-place finish here.
And it's a good win on the board for Ram and George. Or as Gordon would say, Georgie Porgy.
To be honest, though, things are kind of moving pretty quick here. Fairly good on the level 1 side.
Oh, we started talking about this as that's a big 9 from Edie to start things off.
That's big stuff.
But what is great to see, honestly, and we started seeing this at the beginning of the 39 tour, a big focus on getting the run times in a better place. And that has continued throughout the 39th and the 40th. I think that there has been very few exceptions to the rule of how quick these brackets are running. And it's a great standard. That's something where there's stuff that we need feedback on. There's stuff that we need to improve. That is one thing that I think we have been getting right lately.
You have the big-time lead here. It's going to force the hand of George. Really needs to just stay on this 19. Another one would be great. Gets the other one to take a 12-point advantage.
It was what was asked of him. It is what he has found.
Mm-hmm.
Edie started off with a 9. Just needs to find at least a single on the first and should grab 2 19s. He pulls right, and he goes back up. Does still convert a 6, so it's not a wasted turn. But leaving Ram on the 19s is unfortunate.
Yeah, because you know he fancies a 19. Big 7. I mean, just 17s, 19s, just cue in Ram for 2 triples.
Yeah, exactly right. It's part of the reason I think he was able to complete his match back against Austin when it was the 18-17 battle they got him for a while. I mean, Austin proved that he had the same gear and just about as much gas in the tank, but the difference of where they were having those battles made a big difference.
George looking at the 20s, grabs it, 4-point lead, and they've swayed the advantage their way. I mean, you can see the averages here. Ryan doing a number on his team, but Doc, unfortunately, in a 2.50, really needs to up the pace here. Ryan, that's simply not going to do either. That's going to make way for Ram to walk the dog again.
And here's Doc with an opportunity. That was a very fortunate turn, all things considered. Needs to find at least one more 16. Big dart here. Got to stay true. And see that deflection. It was a good spot, unlucky deflection, but now you can't shoot the 18 comfortably, and he has to just relegate himself to the 6 on the 16s.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work for a good 7. A comeback can be made. 18s. What a shot!
Big shot there from Ryan Edie Farrell. Finds a big 9 and a moment that was very important. It's not over yet. And it's really not over yet. Ram needed that dart, though.
He needed another double there in order to give him the look at the 15s. And it just shows you, this can turn on a dime. It can turn on a dime.
Gonna push the bull. I don't think I take my first out of the bull here. He doesn't collect. You have to go 15s. Does push the bull. Pushes it significantly with that trip. Great finds, and then goes back. I don't like the go back still, though, because the last start could have won you the game, and it's still you're leaving a game shot on the table here. 3 bulls and a shot to 15 for a 2-0 advantage is absolutely brutal. There's one bull, needs to find a double. Doesn't get the double. And there only grabs one. Look at George. He is not feeling it right now. He was upset.
Yeah, definitely a little upset there.
Georgie Porgy in a bag of ranch doesn't go.
What?
And there, Ryan Farrell does go ahead and make this 1-1 in this matchup.
Please say what you just said again. What did you just say?
Ryan Farrell makes it 1-1 in this matchup.
Okay, we'll just keep it at that. Oh, gosh.
I'm just trying to be a funny guy.
I mean, you're very funny at that, my guy. You're very funny at that. Not funny ha-ha. Funny hoo-hoo.
I don't drink hoo-hoo. Oh, no,
You-hoo.
You. Not hoo-hoo.
Oh.
4 mark follows the 7 from Ram. If you're Guevara and Daniels are thinking, man, we probably were in a position to still win that last leg and didn't get the 2-0 advantage. If you're eating Doc, you still feel like you kind of got away with one a little bit. Doc just needs to pick up a smidge in his gear. Ryan, finding that spot where he wants to be right now.
Yeah, just kind of needed to find the uprights there, but really even a triple isn't going to give him much of anything. You cue in Rammed to close the door down to the 17s. You know he's going to hit it. Okay.
George should be able to just go and clean the corner pockets. This is all one way in this leg right now.
It really is. It's now a 4-5, 6-5. It was a 6, battling a 3 and a 4-5. So, yeah, you're going to have that advantage for sure with those average.
And the baseline is, average a 10 combined or higher. 5 and a 5 it wins level 1. And you could say, well, there's a lot of mid 4s. There's a lot of other players that have lower averages. Correct. But winning legs, typically you should be at a combined 10. You might get away with a combined 9, a 5 and a 4, maybe even a combined 8 with a 4 and a 4 sometimes. But if you want to consistently get results, that is your benchmark goal.
Definitely so.
10.5 versus 6.5. 6.5 shouldn't have any expectations of winning the league. Good news, though, is because Eating Duck won that last leg, and they'll be in position to get a start here to try to force a last leg decider in this matchup.
Yeah, that'll get it. 14-9 and a 6-0. Time you're averaging that 10 plus combined, it's gonna work.
Yeah, absolutely right. But Ryan trying to start off with more than a 4. He starts off with a 7. That is improvement. Ram to try to answer back on the 19s will be forced to stay down there.
This is, of course, way too early to judge this leg, but it's a great start for Ryan and Darren.
And again, it really does come down to, and every player's had their highs and lows in this matchup, but it comes down to Daniels and Doc, right? It comes down to them.
And I love that. Forgo the 18s, hammer the 17s there, because Ram's been, every time he looks at it, it's been hitting.
It's an easy transition. Ram loves that number anyways, and you're putting yourself in a position to try to be efficient with your marks. There's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, George is going to be like, oh, okay, 18 time. I'm getting some USA chants in there for Team USA. Love it.
Of course. Or USA Darts, one of the two. That's fine, too.
No.
Okay. No. All right, says the guy who's missing a white shirt from red, white, and blue.
Missing white pants. If I had a white
Red,
shirt on.
white, blue.
These pants are not blue.
Those are definitely navy. They're blue.
What color are my pants, Gordon?
Those are navy. They're just washed now. You know why? Because I bought him those pants. How crazy is that?
Let's just take a moment here, chat, to give some context. I get a phone call from Will Stewart, and he says, "Hey, quick question. I need to tell you something real quick." I was like, "Yeah, what's wrong? What's going on?" "I'm at Costco. What's your pant size?" "I found these great working pants. I think it's gonna be a real game changer." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Go ahead." And I thought he was kidding. Lo and behold, I get a pair of pants, and I was like, man, he would not stop talking about these pants from Costco, and I get them, and I've been wearing them most of the time. They're not my favorite pair of pants. No, the actual name of the file should be a contact name swap. All right, here we go. Back to it. Should be going to last leg decider as we got caught up in the vamp sesh. For the record, these were navy, but they are definitely gray now.
See? Told you. And that is why Nick calls me dad now. Anyway, big win as we make it 2-2. Going to that last leg decider. We will cork here. That's your fault, bud.
I didn't say it wasn't. Let us know, folks. Who do you have in this last leg decider of this matchup? They're getting into the setup here, and it will be Edie and Doc with the start. This is a big moment. Moment.
Big start.
You take that. You
That-
take a
oh.
7.
1,000% there. And a 7 answer.
Yeah, 7 following a 7. Parity across. Doc trying to make sure he supports the partner. This is a bad time for this. You have to try to find a trip. A single is far from enough right now.
2 very tough darts there. Finds it with the last.
It helps.
It does. It at least gives you something on the turn.
It forces a 4 mark out of George, right? Before you can shoot the 20s now.
But knowing George.
Oh, he's still going to get the shot.
Knowing George.
But he chose to stay down. And considering his up and down nature of this matchup, I'm totally okay with him staying there, guaranteeing that the 19s won't get a good shot at him, as now Ryan's going to be forced to go up there and would have only had a shot if he hit 2 trips on the first 2 darts. Back-to-back 7s. Now Ram's in position where he can throw a first dart trip to have the point lead. Shot selection here should be, no matter what, stay on the 19, so at least a 4. And that's why he stayed down there. He's not happy because he didn't find the trip in the first 2 darts. If you find a trip in the first 2 darts, you can take the swing at the 20. Doc needs to recover here.
Great start.
Bit of a gitchy dart there.
Yeah, I figured that was going to be a builder for him, that first one. He did produce a 6, but I honestly expected the second one was going to fall in.
Yeah. Well, he still was able to make that work. George, once again, after a 4, will have a shot. This time opting to take it. And the difference between last time and this time, because it was the same amount of point differential, the difference of why he chose to go up that time is last time the bed looked inviting. The first 2 trips were in great position. It made sense to stay for a 3 in the bed. There, he hit only the 4 bare minimum, but flights were across. Triple was far from likely, so he goes up for the better odds triple percentage. That's a good call. Good shot selection there from George Daniels. Now the game's going to start moving quick as far as transitions. Blocker dart on the 19. Ram goes and grabs a 17. And then I don't like that last dart, though. You had the blocker dart on the 19, find the single. You find the trip 17 on the second dart for the cover. And then he goes back to the 19 and try to force it. Just play with the 17 you already have. Darren's going for a hero shot. Don't like the hero shot. Does find a trip 18 in the last, so good find. But with a 2-number differential, George can just focus on getting the point lead back and let Ram take the swing at the 18s.
And they're 2 numbers that they've been fancying the entire time. I mean, we keep mentioning it, but he may take the shot. I was thinking he may take the shot, but we go back to the previous couple turns where he stayed on the 19s for that 9 mark. He knows he's collected. Go ahead and stay. Just keep pushing them for more. You got a couple things. Yes, you got the 19s, but you also have those 17s as a just in case. So that's where your decision kind of can sway. That's forcing the hand here.
Yeah, it's a very tough position. Now you're finding yourself as Edie and Doc are going to be losing a little bit more ground. That's becoming a lot more ground in this turn. Even with the last start trip save, now you expect the 18s will be gone. You're going to be facing a point deficit, and you might even be facing another number going the other direction depending on how efficient George is. 7.67 implies he's going to be very efficient on this turn. That's good. Right on the wires. Can't be mad about that.
No, I mean, of course you want to go ahead and close it out, but you're in a great position.
Edie, second best man on the board right now, just behind George. Only finds a 3. Ram Guevara just needs a single 16 and a trip 15 to basically lock this match in and guarantee a king seat appearance against almost 5 foot.
Not a bad decision just to bank some more points there.
Austin Braswell getting cozy on the floor. Admittedly, blends right into the carpet.
Well, we know hotel carpets, and they're a little bit more colorful than the black and white attire he's rocking.
Nope, I can't tell the difference. I didn't even know he was sitting there if it wasn't for a shiny
Now, when
head.
it comes to a dart flight or dart on the ground, yeah, there's no chance.
Full-on
Give it
camouflage.
30 minutes, and you'll be able to find it, maybe.
Military scientists should study the carpet's pattern to flight falling off camouflaging technique.
Really, they should. They clean up all the mess, leave the bulls. But, Ram.
Well,
I mean, we just saw the golden bull.
They still
game
don't
with
have
him.
a game shot. They're 7 bulls behind from
Oh,
the
yeah.
position. Ram goes ahead and takes it there.
Yeah.
And game, set, and match. As that one is done and dusted, Ram Guevara Jr. and George Daniels will move on to play Brian Bingham and Junlan Fernando in the seat match. Coming up here next on your live stream. Still going on here. We will be getting our level 2 seat match right after the level 1 seat. Then we'll get the level 1 third place and finals from there. So just a heads up, that's the next on our runway. Don't go far, folks. My name's Nick Sher, joined by Will the Thrill Stewart and Gordon Big Time Dixon. In just a moment for more coverage. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of our Saturday morning doubles. This is the seat match of the level 1 bracket here, and we got Junlon Fernando and Brian Bigham taking on Ram Guevara and George Daniels. We got Team USA versus a Sports Center appearing individual and a ESPN athlete right now.
How about that? Star-studded.
For those that didn't get a chance to see what we saw, I want to out June here for a second. Right next to our recording area and broadcast area at ESPN yesterday, there was Pop Darts, and we were all going over there interacting. Well, Sports Center came over there and started playing Pop Darts. They're filming. There's cameras everywhere. There's microphones everywhere. And right in the middle of them filming, you just see June walk right through the middle of it all. He's just walking, and he's kind of just like looking like he's oblivious. And as soon as he got out of camera view and looked at us, he just had a big grin. He knew exactly what he was doing. What a character he is, man.
No, and a great shot, too. Probably a little disappointed after the showing in the qualifying tournament there, because he can certainly play better than the finish showed. But a good run today now with Brian Bigham.
Now, I will also say an interesting thing about this dynamic of the matchup is, and not to say that they're not all friends, as Ram Guevara hits a white horse over here. Gordon's reaction was top notch. So June didn't was part of our email fiasco that went where everything was going to spam when we first sent out the invites to the invitational shootout. George Daniels actually reached out and called like us over at Arachnid and said, "Hey, can I give my invitation to June? I want to make sure he has the opportunity to go. I think it would be great." And we said, "Oh, good news. You're both invited." And at the time, George wasn't sure if he was going to make it. He had a vacation that ended up actually getting canceled for other reasons. So he was able to make it. But talk about that, like saying your initial gut reaction is, I want to get my invitation to that guy, the guy he played in the finals of the Ohio singles.
Yeah, no, super. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all from George. But yeah, cool story. Glad they both got the opportunity. Don't know all the details, but behind a vacation getting canceled. But George clearly making the best of it, still getting to be down here in the nice balmy weather of Florida.
Oh, no, I can't go on my cruise to be at the pool. Instead, I have to go to the water park resort built into the hotel right in Disney. Oh, no. You'll be okay.
Tough life. Tough life.
I think it was like a 3-week cruise, though, or something.
Oh, God.
Yeah. I'm not a big cruise guy myself.
Terrified. I get seasick.
I do not. June finds a good 7. It was a quick leg for Guevara and Daniels in the first.
Yeah, and cheers to Brian and June for kind of striking right back here.
Yeah, and striking back is the right word. I mean, 5-7-7-7. George Daniels continues to kind of be the question mark of the equation. We saw that a little bit in the previous 2 matches now from him. His question mark is still a 5, but like there's times where he's dipping into the 4s for a good couple rounds, and it's those weaker moments that are letting opportunities happen. Otherwise, you would have to think if he was playing at his normal mid-5 average range consistently, there would be a lot more one-sided battles. Ram's showing all the right signs.
Ram fires in there. What a machine.
June moving from a whole zip code over.
Oh, not able to find it. So a 5 mark here would do the trick for George Daniels to have a pretty significant lead here in the leg going second.
It did take a 5, but I don't think that was the 5 you were calling for.
That was not the 5 I was. Yeah. You see, George second guessing a lot of his shots by pointing up and down after the turn.
Yeah, the 218s would have helped. I mean, don't get me wrong. If he hit the 16, great. But there's the if part of that statement that leaves opportunities where, unfortunately for Bubba, doesn't seem keen to capitalize after that first. I wouldn't even call that the bare minimum, unfortunately, just knowing that Ram's right behind you with an 8, needing a single 16 and having the point lead. Misses the trip 18 and the 15. This is a big opportunity for June right now. I'd say must-take shot. I think if you close to 15, I'm probably going 18 in the second dart, playing for the 5. If I happen to hit a good dart, then I can go ahead and push the bull.
Stayed there. I think that's a mistake. I think you have to be aggressive in that spot.
If you hit the trip 15 the first like he did, 2 18s and your last 2 darts means that you're going 4-3 into the bulls. George here can just go ahead and pound the point lead, and this is going to hurt.
Yeah, now you have no shot. You get no shot to finish the leg. Trip 15 and 2 18s. Sure, they've got game shot. They can polish it off. But one errant dart, and you get a whack at 5 pulls.
And it's just harder than hitting 2 singles after you already hit the first trip. I'm trying to find the line. Let's find a double on last. It's a good, well-executed dart. We expect Ram Guevara to go ahead and take a 2-0 advantage now.
So many of these guys smashing in that double bull to start.
Honestly, it's a blessing or a curse with these guys. And when you're finding that double in the first dart, you just assume the other ones are going to be magnetized. I feel like me and every other semi-casual player is like drilling that double bull in the first and like, oh, okay, and then overthrowing or underthrowing the next.
Gag.
Yep.
I tell you, Bubba is definitely cool, calm, and collected. But if the other players had a camera on his face, they would know exactly where each dart went.
Oh, absolutely true. 7 there from Ram. Gains a little bit of ground early on with a 36-point difference. I'm curious about June's shot selection here. Now it's not as curious. You just stay. And only a 2. George with an opportunity to get a swing upstairs if he so chooses. Is going to be fishing for at least a 4, debatably a 6 on the 19s before taking that shot there. Taking it. And he does find it. George Daniels hits the 4 requisite and then closes. That's a 72-point advantage. So it basically forces your opponent there to have to hit a 4 mark to be able to shoot your number. That's why we say go for that line. And Ram taking advantage of the situation. Signed, sealed, and not quite delivered that last dart. If he hit it, you would say is locked in. Now it's instead a 90% chance for a win from this position. You have the 2 numbers. You have the point lead. And June now has to play perfect. And probably just barely getting the close. It's not looking likely now as George only needs a 5 mark to have advantage going into the bulls.
Easy peasy for George. He throws his hands up.
It's all smiles and laugh. It's having a little bit of a joke around about it, but you know what? It's still going to be a job done scenario there.
Yeah, and just looking around here, 5th, 6th, both sides are 1 apiece, so in a deciding leg on those. So again, 2 out of 3 out of that loser's bracket, so deciding legs there.
And coming up next will be the seat match of level 2. And then we'll circle back for 3rd place and finals of level 1. And then 3rd place of finals of level 2. And then we'll round out with level 3 and 4, more than likely with no commentary coverage, just the bonus coverage there. But we'll see what we can do as we're trying to get as much starts as possible, as that is a very clean 3 straight win in the seat. Guys, we'll be back in just a moment's time. Don't go far, folks. We have more action coming your way shortly. We got the seat match of level 2. That is going to be Lucky Jacks taking on David K. and Bradley. Don't go far, folks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. William Stewart, Mr. Gordon Dixon alongside me. We get ready for our level 2 hill match here. We got Lucky Jacks and David K and Bradley going at it here. The real outlier is David Kramer. Kramer's been... He kind of came out yesterday and threw some sparks. I knew him from the steel tip side, but when you make that transition from steel to soft, it's hit or miss, isn't it?
Yeah, you never know how players are going to react because the game can get very frustrating because you're looking at the size of the targets, you're looking around, you may not recognize some people. So when it starts going sideways, it's very difficult to kind of pull yourself out of it. But he clearly had a good day yesterday.
Yeah. I actually spoke with the legend, the Eagle, Mr. Larry Butler, last week, and I asked him, what's the better game, soft tip or steel tip? And he said, well, I can assure you this, soft tip is a much tougher game. And I said, really? And he goes, well, it's about what you miss, not about what you hit. So that's exactly it. If you're just missing a little bit outside, it can be very, very frustrating on you.
We see B-Rad. 2 marks to start. 2 marks here as well. So not taking full advantage of that start. Does have a little bit of a arm's length lead right now. We're 2 out of 3 here on the level 2 side.
2 out of 3 indeed. Yeah, a little bit bigger bracket as well. So kind of looking at things here. And we still have some matches on that loser side to get into the 4th place position. So still a little bit more time in this one. But some great darts we had. A little bit slower start than we anticipated here in this hill matchup. But the cameras can kind of get to you in some instances here. Great 7.
Yeah, I don't know any of the bonus coverage yesterday, but I believe all 4 of these men first gracing our stage here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one actually myself, so I'll leave it to you to say, yeah, sure. Yep.
I just none look familiar, and I know we covered some of the level 2 singles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a little addition by addition with these 4 gentlemen teaming up here.
Here is Kramer. Had a lot of youth success. He's still only 19 years old. That's kind of crazy. He's got a good throw.
Yeah, right off that eye line. Looks clean.
Mark grabs the 16s over the 15s. Could be 17s here, but I would certainly go back just to pat him up.
Like he changed the eye line.
Yeah.
He does.
I think he thought that 15 was just a little bit tough to work around, so smart decision going back to the 17s.
And again, 2 marks, just not going to do it.
Not in this hill matchup. You got to have more. Oh, that'll help. Could get it done. Does get it done. Big win for the team of Lucky Jacks.
Yeah, looking to do this one in double quick time. Best of 3, so brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of old school format, but it is. I really enjoy it. It's so pressure filled, and every dart, every leg counts. Just so much more. That's why I get excited for like the Champion of Champions event overseas. Just to see some of those guys go at it, and you're usually going to see ton plus averages. Yeah, just fireworks.
Mark with a 4 mark there on the 19. Not really enough to quite start to turn the tide here. Brad, 2 marks a turn. Pretty much start to finish since he's come on the stage here.
Oh, clutch.
Oh, he stays down.
I like the 20s all day there.
Up a leg. I think that's a much more powerful shot.
It just sets the tone early in the leg too. I mean, you've got nothing to lose there. You've got the 1-0 advantage. Take the shot. Well, Mark does go ahead and do the justice early. Gets rid of the big number.
Unhappy with the next 2, though. But started to nose in front here. Brad, 2 marks pretty much wire to wire thus far. Finds a treble. Doubles that.
I kind of get tempted there to just, you need that single mark needed on the 19. Kind of, it tempts you. It's like, do I just go and get rid of it? Do I not? It's a tough call in that position.
David back up. Trying to save this one. They had the start to begin with. Slowly fading away here. Good last, though.
Keeps his NPR to 5.
Look at this. The old 9er. Effectively an 8, but job done there.
You consider it a 9 in that circumstance. I mean, it gives you a massive benefit here and one that you can ride out to the finish. Probably go ahead and attack the 18s, all 3 if you need them. 1, 2, 3 is fine. Of course, you want to get it done in 1.
Ooh, Dart did sail on him, and then not able to find on the 3rd. So, glimmer, if there was any, maybe filling it up here for David will turn the tide. It's just not happening for either one of these guys right now.
You needed something there. You're essentially running out of chances. You know, like, is it going to be now that they just close the door on those 18s as well? Yep.
Yeah, the power close. They weren't even able to close the 18, so the trouble for Mark scores.
And they already had the spread advantage where, he didn't really need to go attack the 18s again. So needs a 7, can't produce, and you're just a couple wedges away from a 3rd place battle. Lucky Jacks gonna be in that hill spot. It looks like more than likely. Still a little tight. These ones can turn. I've seen it before where all of a sudden just one team goes stale that you think's going to just pull off the victory. And a magical 9 gets him back into it. Ain't 9, but it's a 6. I mean, that ain't bad.
It's one of the bigger shots of the match so far.
You need to bank on a miss, though. More than likely not going to happen with the 2 fats needed. Yep, there you go.
Well, that Mark's been the hot hand for this team the entire time. It grabs another 54, making sure good conservative play here. 2 out of 3, you make a few different decisions than you do 3 out of 5. Rom going to need 3 bulls. Everybody's been hitting the double first dart. Hey,
Just keeps it going.
sticks around. They're free on the BullShooter boards today.
They are, as they'll get the task done. Yeah, Rom pulling off the double single in both legs. A little bit more than that in that previous one. But yeah, he'll grab it, and we're gonna get our third place level 1 matchup next as we're awaiting one. But yeah, we'll keep it on board 23 here. I may just shimmy on down to board 28 where that other matchup is going real quick. So we'll do that one, but we'll be right back with some more entertaining action from the BullShooter Orlando Regional. William Stewart, Nick DeShera, Gordon Stewart, a.k.a. Gordon Dixon, or the other way around. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage here of the BullShooter Regional Tournament here in Orlando, Florida at the Hilton Orlando. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Dominic Teixeira here in the comms booth for this third place match of Edie, Ryan Farrell, and Darren Dockemeyer, Doc, taking on almost 5 foot Junlon Fernando and Brian Bubba Bigham, in what should be a good match. Excited to see this one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been on fire all day. It was a really tough match I just watched with against him and Austin Braswell and Brian Dennis. Great match.
Yeah, and of course, Brian having a good weekend, right? And one of the ones that, while we knew going into his invitational, he had Alex Spellman first. We knew that was going to be a good test for both of them. But he got the win, and that set him on the right momentum to get through. Getting to this third place match means he's not far off from getting to another finals level appearance here at our time in Florida.
Anybody know where he got his nickname Bubba?
Have you talked to Brian before?
Briefly.
He's a good old boy from West Virginia. What do you mean? No, Brian's a great dude. Honestly, the energy of the Brian and Julon team is a very good one, as that's a big 9 mark there from the Hurricane Fernando to get them in a good position and put pressure on a man who's looked really sharp today, Ryan Farrell, to collect big, and he won't be able to turn the tide, but he'll keep them in the running.
Needed that one. An 8.0 average. That's not bad going in.
Yeah, I think that'll play. We'll allow it. We keep setting that bar. Your combined average for level 1 to realistically expect winning results should be around a 10. You should be expecting a combined 10. You'll get away with some 9s in there, a 5 and a 4 combined-ish. But if you want to get results consistently, that's what you have to do. That's the target line, so to speak.
Yeah, this level 1's been amazing all day to watch. These guys are all on it. It's amazing how long they've been playing and the level that they're playing at as well.
Now here, you see Darren Dockemeyer trying to go ahead and continue to clean things up. Not able to get the big dart he needs to shoot the 16. He's trying to make sure he can defend the 15. That's a big last dart. Takes one out of Junlon's throw. But if he keeps up that 8.0 average, you think he's going to get a good swing here. I don't love the shot selection if this doesn't go, but it does.
There's an 8.0.
If you know you have a triple on your last dart guaranteed, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Just hit what you're aiming at.
Now, you had a pretty fun experience out here. Got a chance to play against our runner-up in the Women's Invitational, Caitlin Myers.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Caitlin last night, but she shot great, so she was amazing.
Yeah, a tough competitor. Good for her, right? To go on the run she did and how much that meant. And you could clearly see that it was not even about the money at that point. It was about the accomplishment.
Oh, she played so good. It was so fun watching her on the stream Thursday.
You got there.
It's been a long week.
The key to commentating, if you haven't noticed, confidence in what you're saying doesn't have to be true.
That is something I've taught you in the past.
That is true. I have been having the motivation lately. I keep seeing this new trend on TikTok where people just go into places of business dressed up in what looks to be close enough to the uniform and just start working to see if anybody says anything. I think I could do that.
Is that what you did with your BullShooter shirt today?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually supposed to be at a bowling tournament right now. Edie, that's not good. I mean, for his standard, the way he's been playing, to start off with a 4 in this position, you think Bubba's going to be eager to jump on the opportunity.
Yeah, 2 trips of turns with these guys averaging. It's amazing.
And takes advantage of the early window. Shoots the 20 with 1 point down, but great spot to find yourself in for almost 5 foot.
Didn't that Hurricane, he played in Columbus in the regional, didn't he?
Yeah, where he lost in the finals in the last set to George Daniels.
Yeah, that's the first time I seen him. I was like, wow, this guy's got fire in his arm.
And he is one of the most relaxed, casual people. I told the story earlier, but if you weren't in the chat when it happens, during Sports Center recording the Pop Darts section, they were out there trying it. They had the Sports Center crowd down there.
Yep.
He just walks in the middle of their recording and just walks straight through, acting oblivious. And as soon as he got past the cameras, he just looked at us and smiled and gave a big thumbs up.
That's awesome.
And I can tell you, he has in his dart case right now about 12 Pop Darts in there. He is addicted to it. He was filming videos all last night, him throwing. I think we're going to have to get all of us here in the commentary room to give that a shot at some point. I can tell you Gordon's a natural at it.
Yeah, Gordon used to be good at darts. I'm not sure how he plays anymore, though.
Oh, and that's the key. He found a new love of a different kind of darts. He just needed a new spark.
The Pop Dart Tour. Sponsored by Pop Tarts.
Hey, $6K first place prize.
That was pretty good.
Not bad. Well, taking the swing on this last start and collects with it too. He looks like he had a little bit of a chagrin there, even though he got pretty much exactly what you would on out of the turn, minus maybe a little bit extra juice on the first dart.
He does have an old school throw where he brings that dart straight up in between his eyes, right to his forehead. You know, a lot of players now bring it to the side. It's very unique. It used to be, a lot of dart players used to play like that, not so much anymore.
And then in comparison, you talk about unique. You look at Dockmeyer's throw, and we'll get a chance to see it again. But he like sets his elbow low and then slowly raises up to position, then starts his pullback. It's more of a combined motion. And when you see stuff like that, it can be real tricky if it starts getting out of sync.
Yeah, your arm gets a little tired, your leg gets a little tired. Don't bring it up as high. Dangerous.
I do like a lot of what Edie has to throw there, though. He just kind of brings it out a little far, but it's pretty much a lot of follow-through, not too much of a drawback. Very direct line on his dart as he does find a big 9. Here, Brian's form you're talking about, you can see, just brings it right on back to that forehead, just like you're talking about there. Flex with the 5.
Smooth too. Nice follow through. All right, here's the motion you were talking about.
Yeah, so you can see it sets low, he brings it out, brings it back in that one motion, and you can see he lifts that elbow as he does his drawback. Easy to go out of sync. And Darren Dockmeyer, I mean, he actually has been putting up some good numbers, but he also has had some low lows. It's about finding that balance in between, because then you start your arm full extension, and then you're bringing it back up. I mean, it can wear and tear on your arm.
It's a lot of feel when you play like that, too. Not as mechanical. But I'm sure once he gets going, he's going. I haven't seen him play a lot today.
In June, and he sets his dart a little bit lower than his eye line and definitely outside from his headline. But again, it is he sets in that position, does a slow drawback, good follow through. A lot to like there. Oh, but Edie does find a good 7. The fight is still on, but Bubba here, all you got to do is find at least 315s. You want to find 315s and 119. Push that bull with the 20-point difference.
Yeah, I thought he might go 19 first for sure. Now I'll take a swing.
Yeah, I mean, my only question with that is that your opponent following you is at a 2.33 right now. So if you're playing off the stats, you can say, okay, I have a moment here to be able to say I can close the 315s. If I take all 3, I'm not too worried about the results. But Aaron now gets an opportunity at the 15s.
Oh, look at this.
And he's going to prove me to look real smart here if this last one goes in. I'll take it. I still look smart.
I don't know how smart you look. Well, you look very smart. You look just like me.
There you go. Now should switch to the 15s. But no, if you know you have a triple in your back pocket. But he doesn't this time. Check the wrong pocket.
Yeah, but now it's a 7 mark to tie.
The question is, if you hit 6, do you try to pop the 19? Won't be a question we're getting an answer to. If He decides to pop it after 4. So actually, yes, that does answer my question. Interesting spot there. It's 50, right? So you're setting up a 5-3 on the bulls. You expect Bubba to go ahead and grab the 15 and at least 1 to 2 bulls. Might still take it all in full. Wouldn't put it past him. Won't take it all right in this moment.
Make a dent. There you go.
Now, this is your outside opportunity, Doc, to have a saving shot in your tournament run for the Saturday morning event. You need to find 5. It's all about that good first start. Nice low side, even if it's just a single. Oh, well out the bull. Not going to happen here, and Julian should be able to tap in the putt to move on to Ram Guevara and George Daniels in the final for a rematch.
Little pressure here. Maybe not.
That guy don't know what pressure is.
Exactly.
He walked in the middle of the Sports Center broadcast. You think he's over there like, this is the moment. No, it was a good shot there. And good win, 2-0 to finish that one up. And moving on to the finals here will be Ram Guevara Jr. and George Daniels taking on almost 5 foot Julian Fernando and Brian Bubba Bigham. Don't go far, folks. Actually, real quick, what do you want to tell the internet right now? You have a quick chance to talk with them.
So if you didn't come to the regional, I know it's new this year, and I know they have these levels, and I know there's a lot of stuff going on the internet. People like it, people don't like it. I can tell you as a player that came out, I like the levels. Still big brackets, still challenging. I understand the argument for the women, but this is a change in process, and it played just fine. So your next tour stop, it'll get even better, and you'll enjoy it. So come on out. Love to see you.
I'm glad I can lend you my script for that one. That's perfect. All right, guys, we'll be back in just a moment for the finals of Level 1 Cricket here. And we'll be back. Tune in, share around. Say bye, Dad.
Bye, Dad.
No, them.
Oh, bye, them.
Okay, sure. We'll be right back. It's finals time here for our level 1 doubles cricket bracket here at the Hilton Orlando in Orlando, Florida. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart. And Will, it is an absolute pleasure to be here on the mic for you for this final. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, this is a little rematch that we just saw previous in that Hill matchup. So can Julon and Bubba potentially get the one up here, make this a double dip matchup?
Well, Ram is quickly saying no as he starts off with a 9,
Yeah.
but we talked about it a little bit. It's George Daniels, the X factor. He has had some moments where he's gone down a little bit and not been as the same standard. If he does even just a decent game performance, if Ram stays in this A gear, they're going to be fine.
Yeah. If they can average around 11 apiece, combined apiece, that would be outstanding.
Oh, if
That's
they average an
untoppable.
11 apiece,
You got a fourth dart in hand, buddy. Maybe a potential fifth in some
that's
occasions.
impossible.
But if they can keep it to where they've been most of the day, they should be all right. But Bubba's going to try to counter that. He's been playing very well this week. Of course, finishing top 4 in our BullShooter Invitational Shootout. Earned his spot on ESPN, and future trips partner of William Stewart. How about that? Sweet.
And when he looks at his resume, that's going to be like top of the
That's
list.
gotta
right
be
there.
like ESPN goes down a few markings. Nah, come on now.
Yeah.
No, I'm just happy I randomly asked him.
On Bubba's resume, it's the getting to play with Will Stewart, number 1, watching the inception of Leukemania, and then playing on ESPN himself is probably his top 3.
My hug of Mike Scarborough is up there because he sent me and said that's the best thing I've had all day. And I said, really? You were on ESPN, bud? What are you talking about?
Well, let's go back to the framing. We talked about the probability of another Guevara Daniels win in their 3-0 seat match, but we don't want to count out Julon or Brian. Brian's been playing well. June's been playing very solid darts. They just need to hope that either Ram slows down or they just find that extra push, that little bit, that last bit of the race. You're hitting the NOS button, That's what they need.
Yeah, there's some fireworks from Brian. 2 9s already. 1 from Ram, 1 from Brian. And we're going to make it a third. Well, never mind.
Kaylee Beard asking, just came here to say, why are we not booming the dynamite? Unfortunately, believe it or not, Sean Green actually finally got the trademark for it. So you have to talk to your local patent office about that. We'll go with Will's broom goes to Jander for the time being.
George stepping in here needs to do, a number on these 16s.
And again, George not even really at his beat game right now. 667, 633, 567. Those are the averages that are dictating everything. And so therefore, I mean, this is what you need if you're almost 5 foot. George is staying that slower gear and them to pick it up. Brian to dictate the pace. This is great. And Ram staying exactly where he has been today.
Yeah, shuffle on over for the 15s. It's kind of interesting when you see somebody do that. I know Jeremiah Millar is a big one that everywhere he goes, he moves.
I couldn't
do it either. There's no way.
It's too much of a rhythm break for me. If I'm moving, it's because there's some form of a visual blocker that is causing me to do that, or even a physical blocker at that matter. But I don't like to move along the Aki otherwise.
Jason saying, put me in the wrong division, Will Stewart. Well, buddy, if you go 2 and out, or if you win the event like you almost did yesterday,
Maybe
we should go up a division. That's right.
I go back with Jason Gamble there.
No, he's been hitting with me just laughing all weekend because of the circumstances. But, brother, we're getting it figured out, no doubt. Here we go. Ram. Can he start off with another 9?
Yes.
Walk the dog.
The dog stopped for another stop.
He stopped barking, didn't he?
But yes, he can start off with another 9, and he will. Again, Ram, the rest of the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, has been him playing out a spite for losing that 2-0 deficit in the 5th-6 match. That is what we're seeing. I think that's why we're seeing him play so well. Is that crazy to say, Will?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's crazy to say at all. What?
Good answer, Will.
I'm just dumbfounded. I'm just dumbfounded by Brian right now. I'm just like, we knew what he was capable of, right?
Yeah.
But is this like a spark weekend for him that just like proves his dominance?
It helps get with the recognition factor, right? On the wider scale, that is without a doubt in my mind. There's people that are aware of him. I mean, we saw him have a disappointing CSC performance once where he fell shy in a tough matchup. And we said that's not representative of what he can do. We've seen some great stuff, but he's always usually on the receiving end of greatness. Mike Porterfield at the Pennsylvania BullShooter against Brian Bigham throws 9 mark, 9 mark, 9 mark, 9 mark, single bull, single bull, single bull. In a match where Bubba shot above a 5. We saw it was literally a near, other than the fact that it wasn't double bull, single bull, it was a perfect game of cricket from Mike Porterfield. So he's just been on the receiving end of some bad losses that really aren't, I'm going to say, not even his fault.
Yeah.
You
He
know?
played well. It's just the other person played better.
So, yes, I do think that this has been a great showing and performance for him to really help build that up, and it could be a launch pad.
And I mean, to be fair, he probably should have pulled off the win against Mike yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair to
I
say.
think that's a very good I mean, then what happens in that Kevin Luke Brian Bigham matchup? You know,
I still think Kevin
coulda,
was
shoulda,
on
woulda,
destiny.
but
His finishing up until those mismatched darts was incredible. Like, it's hard to say that Kevin Luke wasn't on that run correctly, you know?
Mm-hmm. Does gather that last start triple. Keeps him steady at a 6. It's a 4. It's a 6 and a 5. Plays a 4 and a 6. Right in line with what we were anticipating. 10, 11 combined. Or for some, I mean, 5, 5.5. That's what that equates to. If you can't do math.
Just keep going. I want to keep seeing you break this down.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Every once in a while, you gotta.
Well, or you go the 2 or 7. Yeah,
You got a camp counselor /teacher,
teacher,
right?
And here, George is still having some inconsistencies. It's the hit with a near miss and then the mentality change does still make a 6 mark out of it. June in a tough position as now you have to stay on the 18 for 6. Minimum to get the lead back, but really you need 9. He's a good listener. Finds a 9 and gives a little stuff with it as well. So I'd love to see that. That little guy's got some fire in him.
That he does. That our third 9 so far in this matchup.
Bubba doing a little psych out there on the walk up. Not sure exactly. He walked up. He was like, maybe not, and then took a step back. I mean, to be fair, good time to do that, right? You have to know your shot selection. Are you going to go for the go ahead on a single? He chose yes. I think that's a good choice in this case, even if it doesn't execute, because that's an ugly spot for your single dart to be.
George with 1 triple. Probably going to attack those 18s.
So he did, but if you're George Daniels and you're hitting the 19s like that, and you've been struggling today, and Ram hasn't been, just take the safer shot first. Yes, he got that last start trip, and yes, he got the last start trip the previous visit, but last start trips are not a guarantee, and knowing what you have after 2 darts is better going into your third.
Yeah. I kind of ride that statement. I'd rather take the chance my last start myself, but I mean, we mentioned earlier, to each their own. It's just everyone's brain works just a little different when it comes to attacking certain areas of the board.
No, exactly, but it's not even just about your own, taking the pressure off your third dart, but it's just knowing that who you're playing with in that moment, right? And if Ram slips to a B or a C game, then you go ahead and switch your shot selection back. But I'm okay with saying, okay, you're the one cruising, you're the one driving the boat. Okay, I'll go ahead and sit on the poop deck. I ran out of boats. Words.
What a go-to on that one.
Poop
You
deck.
could have went just to the car reference and just said, "Hey, I'll just buckle up and sit down." But I mean, nope, not Nick. Poop deck is what he goes with. All right.
Top 3 deck for me personally.
And well, I'm surprised that gold didn't come out on ESPN.
I was very well behaved.
Let's be honest. He caught himself because he said long shaft and flights. I was like, oh no,
Admittedly, did hear myself in that sentence go that direction and knew I had to quickly say and flights very fast. It has a very small barrel, only a couple fingers on the grip.
Goodness gracious. I was so scared in that moment.
So was the producers at ESPN.
Gosh. All right, Brian. What do you say here?
Do I have to make a new term for the part of the dart of the back? Like, what am I supposed to do?
Nothing. Just avoid it.
How would you describe the shaft?
If you're going to describe a shaft, you got to go in detail. Okay. Stem is good, too. Yeah, stem is good.
Gordon with the dynamite drop in. Thankfully not on the mic. Back to the match here. Triple 15 found. Moving on, and one more bull needed. Varun Daniels right the wrong. Get this to 1-1.
Yeah, good leg of dots there for him. As they'd say in the Northeast. 1-1.
What do they say in the Southeast?
Well, they have their R's there, so they say darts.
And what do they say in Canada?
Sorry. All right.
Not even going to dare ask about Japan.
Nope, do not. Do not. Brian gets the go here. What do you say, Brian? 7? It's a 5. We always say 4 or 5. You sense, especially in the final 5 is your minimum.
It is, because it's the best worst opening. It's the only shot you can still hit that leaves your opponent a 9-mark opportunity, but they would have to go trip 19, trip 19, trip 20 for a 17-point difference if you hit a 5 on the 20. And that's still big ass. While 9s can happen at any point with any one of these guys, it's at least a good defensive opening shot. Because you get the opportunity right back for a 7 then if you hit 4 18s and a trip 19, and then the math plays out from there.
He gives himself a hand there. Clap of approval.
George with an opportunity. He's been hitting the 19s well.
Yeah, but it is a 5. But he wanted to collect on dart 1 and 2. Give him that ideal look at the trip 20. Immediately looks over. He just out of the hand hated that dart.
Yeah, I mean, Ram following with the 19s in his pocket, you only needed 2 to close. I get starting the 20, don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with the first start. But I would argue to say I don't know if that 40 points was more valuable than just hitting the 2 19s. Well, I think Bubba knew something I didn't there. Only a 3 from Ram feels like a gift.
A little bit of one. And Chulon's going to attack here.
This is definitely cooled off in this matchup.
Yeah. A little bit. You mentioned the 5.5 and 5.0 averages. Well, hovering out of 4 here.
Yeah, it's an 8 playing an 8-5 currently going into this throw. Again, we talked about it. You need to be at a 10. You sometimes can get away with a 9. If you get away with anything lower, then that was a really scrappy leg. That's combined averages, folks.
Mm-hmm.
How does Bubba play the 20 versus 18 battle? See, there he looks at the screen to check the game state before shooting, but clearly didn't affect him that much as he still finds a great 7. I think with how that first dart's positioned on the 20, because that last dart didn't convert to a trip. It was the bottom of the bed. He found it in a good spot. I want him to stay there, follow the dart, take advantage of the muscle memory before taking that switch. As Ram staying at a 3-0.
A rare. You can. He doesn't just come away with a triple on 17. I mean, just a single triple is kind of usually comes up with more. You saw it in the side of the neighbor, and then just an unfortunate bounce out in dart number 2. But yeah, like you said, staying around a 3, relying on his partner here. Needs to convert on all the 16s he can, 9 of them if possible, and not anymore.
Well, he does grab 3 singles. It's not going to do anything to change the point of where this one's at. And unlike the seat match, this is not a 3-0 Guevara-Daniel show. This is definitely heading in a direction of a 2-1 advantage for your challengers to the seat.
Love that advantage if you're Ryan and Junelon. Granted, Ram and George going to get the start. You got to diddle for that last leg, so it's not really the spot that you really wanted. Ideally, you want to go 2-0, so you can try to get that. You'll get potentially a hold.
Yeah, exactly. You want to have that position. That's the way in a loser start format to take meaningful advantage. But it doesn't mean that you can't take advantage in other ways, shapes, or forms.
And there you go. Get the leg done. 2-1 advantage.
Almost 5 foot is almost to a first set win.
Exactly what they need to do, Nick. Exactly what they need to do.
Well, it turns out if we're looking at strategies that are effective, hitting triples helps. Planning to win helps even more.
Another effective strategy, you can Tanya Harding your opponent. But that's just me. Anyway.
It can't be that effective if you have the risk of being DQ'd, though, right? So, like, you got to be careful.
Why?
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're curious. That was actually not Will. That was Gordon's reaction to our commentary right now.
Good 7. He just continues to hammer down here when he needs it the most. This is kind of an opener here. What do you say? I was thinking it's unlikely it'll take the look at the 18s just because he's got that upper hand advantage on the 19s. But still, you never know in that circumstance how tempted someone is to get rid of it.
Yeah, here's the thing. I would do a lot of things to be in Brian and Julian's position against the darts in this spot, right? You're up 60. Yes, you're down you have 2-1 on the number differential, but you have an opportunity now. I love the attack on the 17s from the 19s. Stay there. You're 19 hung high. You have a marker on the 17. Stay, Brian. Stay. He's moving for an angle on the 19. I understand the risk of hitting the single produces a null result, but I also don't know if that single 19 does enough to push, as you're right now sitting at a 98-point difference, meaning it doesn't really make that much of a difference in the shot selection here for George. Point lead not regained. Julian Fernando with the opportunity to have a hero shot of some kind. George has started to borrow some of that energy from Ram, but Ram has slowed down his gear. This is, again, one of those openings we talked about.
Exactly. Only had a 4 right now for Ram.
But here, I know you're not finding that first start trip go ahead, but you're also not really taking away advantage from the opponents. You're letting Ram get a chance to wake up. Eventually, if you keep ringing that alarm, he'll stop hitting snooze.
And there you go. Exactly what you said would happen as he hammers down for a classic 8 mark. Those rare 8 marks, actually. You don't see those a lot.
I mean, see him sometimes.
Well, your greatest one's going to be, of course, as far as stats-wise, 7s.
Yeah.
9s, and then 8s. So just say I was right, Nick.
Well, you're not wrong.
Thank you. Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate that.
Well, we do appreciate everybody tuning in and watching along to support this final. Thank you guys all for watching along and having fun with us here and supporting these great players on the live stream.
Oh, works his way over for that big triple 15. Ram should be able to, 3 solid singles is fine, but yeah, gonna get a chance for the leg. Leaves it 1 bull away for his good buddy George Daniels to tie us up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, they lost that battle with 1 good turn from Ram, right? That timing where he slowed down. They had 2 different opportunities where I felt like that 17 could have been in jeopardy that were not taken up on. Coming up after this match will be the level 2 finals here. And then depending on timing, we'll see about the rest, but everything's kind of coming to a conclusion at the same time across all 4 levels.
Yeah, not bad timing,
positions.
especially level 2 and level 1, level 2, and level 3 for sure. Just looking at those, and I'd say pretty good job of the staff on just overall spread for teams.
No, absolutely.
Yep.
Sorry, I let out a little giggle there just because of the comments from Paul there. I like how Hurricane has to look up at the 19s. That's why they're almost 5 foot.
Yeah, some of those ones can be a little bit tough to spot if you're behind the controls. Let's be honest. Are they looking down? Are they not?
Getting into the diddle here. Will we be going to a deciding set, or will our first ever level 1 cricket double champion be crowned here in Orlando, Florida?
Uh-oh. Someone just leaned on the lights by accident.
Well, it's called Lights Out. That's George Daniels' name.
True.
That was a fan doing what they're supposed to do to support.
True. Maybe that was just George letting everybody know I'm
You don't have the
still
Undertaker
around.
walk on with the lights on bright either, you know? I mean, just come on.
Hearing the gong now.
Gong. Like that?
It's not quite like that.
How would you do it?
I guess it's a bell.
Ding.
Nah, definitely not that either. Tell me you've never watched wrestling without telling me you've never watched wrestling. Goodness gracious, that is a great diddle.
I went to one Monday Night Raw before.
Okay, brother.
And I took a picture with Hulk Hogan once.
Oh, he's not too well. He wasn't too far away from you.
Okay.
He was based in Clearwater. Let's be honest. Okay, I'm sorry. That was bad. All righty.
Long shaft and flight. Here we go. Last leg decider of the first set here. Hey, Nick, when you edit this, can you clip out this whole little section right here?
Back to the match.
Ryan does get the start. Set the tone. That's the key.
That determined look, too, but that's an unfortunate dart, for me at least. And I think Brian's going to agree.
Yeah, a 4, again, never feels like enough at this level of play. Will he be able to make the most of it? They're normally deadly in a position like this with the 19s. And I say normally because that's only a 3 mark in the open. 4 will be enough for the start. Again, I like June. I think he's been playing really well overall in these situations. I've been liking what we're seeing out of his game. I think him and Brian complement each other's game very well. We've talked about that before. There's a difference between and not that George and Ram don't have chemistry, but there's a difference between a super team pairing like this Team USA revitalization that we're seeing right now, versus June and Brian, who clearly have some chemistry, probably played events together before as well.
Yeah, I would say that. And it also kind of depends on demeanor. I mean, Brian has a chill demeanor. Elon has a chiller one as well. He's pretty. He was having some fun yesterday at ESPN, let's be honest. So, yeah, I mean, those kind of players are somewhat like, I don't care what you do. I'll follow it. That's kind of sometimes you get that advantage in mindset alone.
I, for a fact, do not have a chill demeanor when I am
No,
playing.
you do not.
Or just in general.
The moment I turned around and saw you jumping up and down, I was like, oh, brother, this is not going to be my cup of tea at all.
Like just in general?
Just two different mindsets, you know. You seem kind of more. I try to chill and be a little bit more relaxed. You seem like you need to be strung to play better darts. Am I wrong?
No. I just blame my father.
Okay.
No.
This is
promising. Going to a set.
Promising for Brian and Junlon. And you can see, I mean, a 3-0 and a 3-5 is not good for George and Ram right here.
Yeah, it's off the standard. It's now slipped from. I mean, 4-5 and a 5 is decent response, but I mean that's still not A+ by any means for either one of them. On the vice versa, 3-5 and a 3. I mean, you're talking D tier performance game for the gentleman in this moment. That's a slight opener in the one of the only outside shots you will have is this moment, and it has to be perfect from Ram. You have to find a 9. Trip 16, trip 16, trip 15 is probably the shot. You can stay there. Yeah, it was a great positioning. You might as well stay. The 16 you can get crossed up so easy.
Yeah, great 9 there. At least gives them a point lead, but for how long? Not very long at all. Surprised he didn't take the 16s there.
Yeah, I don't like that because now you're leaving opportunity for trip 16, trip 17, trip 20. Then they have only. Then again, they only have to hit trip 15, single 16. The math here. The math here is very interesting.
Yes, it is. But George kind of throws that one off. Only a 33-point lead for him, so you kind of think the 16s will go fairly quick here.
Melanie in chat saying that's because you're Leo. Hope everyone treats you right tomorrow. I guarantee you, Will and Gordon have not agreed to promise to be nice to me tomorrow.
And then Melanie, you realize, oh, I'm just a couple weeks after him, so I'm a Leo as well. So that doesn't make any sense. We're just gotta be honest.
Hey, Melanie's my friend. Leave my friend alone.
Oh man.
Not over yet. Ram, by the way, picking from a 3 to a 6.25 in the same leg.
Back-to-back big 9s from Ram there. Really makes things a little interesting here because Junlon has to convert on at least a triple.
Needs a trip to get the point lead. Does find on the last. Single 15 does not regain the point lead. And it doesn't push the bull in their direction. So at this point, I shoot the 6. I start 20. If it hits a single, I bail out to the 15 because I need 2 15s.
George definitely disagrees.
He does, but again, I'm not saying that you can't push the bull, but you only get so many opportunities at this close of a game state, and a 15s versus 20s and an extra number.
The way he knew it was a difficult shot, and yeah, it just doesn't really pay off for him. Alex Amy is making me very angry the way he's playing so sluggish. The misses chiming in on Ram's throw.
Wonder if the twins are watching again.
Text him that. Call him that.
No, I like air it out here. I love it.
We're going to start the reality TV show now. Dart Player Life.
Oh, another error from the team of almost 5 foot. You can see miss the single 15 on the first or second dart, and the last dart was almost a dead center single. Again, there I would consider a swing. He does regain and add darts, but 43-point difference. You expect a single 15 in one trip to be collected.
Close it.
And while it did get interesting there for a second, it's still going in the favor of almost 5 foot to send this to an extra set. Oh, the twins are over at Cosmic Air. It's fine. We're happy to still have you here, though, Val. Thanks for tuning in, and everyone else as well, including my birthday buddy. Martha Stewart. Yeah, no, Tom Brady and Martha Stewart were also born on August 3rd. That's actually like the big three. If you look up celebritybirthdays.com, it goes Tom Brady, Martha Stewart, Nick Teixeira. That's right there. Needs to find 5. Add a dart. But not going to hit it in the tail end. So we are going to be getting a reset here real quick.
Yeah. Goes ahead and takes it. That went to 0-0 before the leg was even over, Nick. What?
No, it didn't. It was actually exactly as one over. Pull up the replay. I'm just that quick with it.
Oh. A little bit of confidence advantage the way of Brian and Junlon here. Ram already given the cork a chuck.
Yeah, wasting no time at all with it. Brian moving from well over onto the right side of the Aki, trying to find the angle. Goes high, collects on top of the dart. And here we go. Last set deciding. Well, who wins this?
Oh, I'm going to go ahead and go the opposite. I'm going to go ahead and George Ram will kick it in gear here and win it. You could really go either way.
There's not a wrong answer here. Well, eventually there will be a wrong answer technically, but they're both good options. Again, I think Guevara and Daniels should still be the favorites in this matchup. But I think just like when we looked at Caitlin Myers and Paula Murphy, by the end of the first set going into the second, the storyline changed and the margin thinned. And looks like they need to take a quick break. So, all right, guys, we'll be back in just a quick moment.
We could have kept it on Ashley. Well, we're going to go ahead and do that. We'll keep it on Ashley and Kayla here because they've been dancing a few times, so maybe they'll keep you entertained.
There we go. We'll keep you on the crowd cam here for a second. We'll hopefully no Coldplay concert incidents happen, and we'll be back in just a moment's time with the resolution of this final. And thanks to our sponsors for that quick intermission break. Welcome back to the final set here. If you're just now tuning in, we're getting into the action. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart and the ghost of Gordon Dixon. Will?
Ghost of? Man.
I don't know. Will, if there's multiple times where you're out there filming, and that's how I refer to you.
Oh, sweet. The ghost of. Well, big 9 start from Ram, and we saw just a glimpse in the previous leg of Ram starting to catch a little fire. Do we see that continue here? It looks like it. Can George follow it up?
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks as far as some of the up and down natures of the games we've been seeing. But the true answer is we're just going to have to wait and see who shows up and who's going to be the exponent in the league. Will Brian and June play that really tough combined performance we saw early on in that first set? Will we have Ram go into his excellent gear or slip down and then all of a sudden come back at the end of a leg? Will George find his stride and get right into his C all the way up to his A game? There's a lot of questions to be answered here. That's a good 9 mark. Not good enough to change the course yet, as Ram still is able to collect a 6, but it keeps you in the leg. I'm going to try to focus on a supporting shot. When you're in a position like this, 2 numbers down, you have to focus on getting a clean shot at the other numbers. You can take chip shots and go back and forth sometimes, but in this moment right here, I'm trying to hit a 3 in the bed and letting June have an opportunity on the next throw if possible.
5 gives him that 5-point lead, but yeah, the 20s and 19s, they're just too dangerous, man.
Well, it's prime real estate on the board. You're not practicing 20s and 19s. I just want to assure you, you're just not practicing. Key parts of the games. Wise man once said 20 is everyone's favorite number. June does have the shot here for a 9. Under the wire will not go.
He can't. He's going to work. Yeah, you knew that was coming. Just a perfect workup dart on that first one. Not familiar. Usually just underneath that triple bed is the perfect marker dart for you, just to lay it right on top. And 2 9s in this leg for Ram Guevara, averaging an 8.
We've touched on that before, but Ram's journey as a dart player to go from the position of a top-level player that came up quick with him and Alex Reyes at the time, and then the big fall-off through the itis, to then get back to here for a Ram 2.0. I mean, what a powerful but tough journey to see.
Well, no, giving his teammate a little encouragement there.
Sorry.
Ram just doing his part here, but Brian has a shot. If he can hit a 9, sways your way. Trip 16 first dart, well off. In his eyes, that is well off.
Yeah, it is. And you can see his arms finding that same position. All 3 of those darts were basically in the same grouping range. Just a missed opportunity in leg number 1, as George should focus on just getting a classic 3 mark. With 20s and 19s, you can afford to just go single, single, single. Again, when you're that good, you also expect to hit triples, and that's why you're seeing the shot selection like that. Not the time for a shot selection like that. Be the supporting partner. Accept that the struggle bus is on for a little bit, and that's okay.
More mark there. Keep it the consistent 6, 7, 5. And we're pretty much neck and neck on these averages. Crowd's starting to rise back there as we are throwing haymakers left and right.
Again, it's really the tale of two different partners.
I thought he was going to be almost fully off camera there. Big old step over.
Yeah, in this league, by the way, it's very interesting to see the dichotomy, right? To see the change up of, Ram still at a 6'4", George at a 3.25, Junelon at 6.75, and sitting at 3.8. So, yeah, very much parity across the board. You can see George saying, got it. All right, here we go.
Get rid of that one. The classic thumbs up. Just perfect.
George is a funny guy to watch, man. And when you watch him,
he's so he looks like he's gonna be loud, and he's so soft spoken, and
he looks loud and mean.
He does. He really does. Yeah, so soft spoken.
And very nice, very much a person that also, again, even though when he's like struggling on his own, you see his facial reactions and he looks so upset, and he probably internally might be, but he has always been one to show his sportsmanship, and he made a great Team USA representative, not only for his ability but also those characteristics as well. Call myself a fan. Ram, known for being mean. Very, very mean. Says bad words. Flips me off. I'm just kidding. None of those things are true. Ram's actually really cool, too.
Great start to leg for Brian. Got another 9 here in this one.
And good start. That's a note that we have seen from Almost 5 Foot. The legs that they've started off well continue to go well for them. It's those downturn moments in starts that have really led to some of their losses that we're seeing today.
Mm-hmm.
Brian starts off with a 9, and June does a good supporting shot. And guess what? Now they're in a great position. Well, probably wants to hit the comfort trip on the 20. Does go for the 18 on the first. I don't like the position. He's like, all right, here I go, moving again. And you can see the head shake.
Yeah, subtle nod there, knowing he needs something of value. Go back to, I figured he was going to go back to the 20s, and only a single mark there from Brian, and that could hurt him.
And it's such an interesting time to try to force that, right?
Yeah, I don't like it.
You threw the first start in a bad position and knew you had to move. You could have just gone back and hit the comfort on the 20.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I knew that was coming because Ram, even at 12 points off, he knows how big the 20 is. Get rid of it. Force your opponent to the 17s or 16. Just another number.
But here's the 5. No, June has to throw that as the 5. But he, again, it's a last start saving triple. You can't keep living life like this, June. I just can't take it.
Well, I mean, it works out for him. It forces George to another wedge. Counters the previous attempt. And just the 3 singles from George.
Yeah, got away with this one from Bubba's turn. Should be able to recover well himself, and he does. Finds that 17 immediately. Finds the 16. And doesn't get the 15. Not happy with that last start, but again, a great position to find yourself in with a 80-point difference. 9 mark needed for a 10-point lead.
Yeah, immediately go at it. 15's gone. Just go for the win. Well, not anymore. Yeah, great dart. Just go ahead and secure the leg. Make this 1-1.
It does kind of suck a little bit if you're Guevara and Daniels because you were definitely in a position after the error from Bubba earlier to be able to do something. Now, June definitely collected big to stop that fate from happening, but it was right there from a turnaround moment.
It's for Brian and Julian, it's been a perfect case of I got your back, you got mine. That's perfect teamwork there. As they're getting the task done here in this leg to make it 1-1.
And going into this next leg, Ram to try to set the precedence. Again, when Bubba starts off with a 9 or a 7 plus, it's fine.
9 opener. Every single time, Nick, he just what?
Are you mad about it?
I'm not mad. It's just how is
12 opener?
How is every opener that freaking easy for the man? He goes 160 ends in 01. He goes 9 openers in cricket.
Well, Gordon, I saw it with him in singles as this was going to be a great response. Still a 6. Gordon, I saw it when he was in Houston on the 39 tour, where I believe in that best of 5 combos format, he just started off with either a 160 or a 9, 160 or a 9, 160 or a 9. His starting ability at the beginning of a leg, I don't know if it's because he just has laser focus at the start. He doesn't really start off with 2s and 3s or 4s. Or 5s, or 6s, or 7s, or 8s.
He's proved it time and time again. He did it in San Antonio as well when I was with you there. It's just crazy.
It's exceptional.
Outstanding.
Indubitably. Nope. I ran out of words already. That was quick.
That was very quick.
Need to go back to my word of the day calendar. This section of the broadcast brought to you by Merriam-Webster.
Why'd you choose them? They ain't got no money.
They don't?
Not a lot.
How do you know how much money Merriam-Webster has offhand?
Gordon, can you pull that up for me? Webster Dictionary
Sideline analyst
revenue,
Gordon
please.
No.
We're gonna be surprised by this number. I almost guarantee it.
$1 million.
It's a publishing company. They do well. Then we're done, buddy. They are.
Stop trying to do this as a we scenario.
Yeah.
That was a self-inflicted.
I thought they only did dictionaries, and we know those aren't. You can just look it up online nowadays.
On their website, they still own the website with the words.
25 mil. That's not as much as I really anticipated there.
We should buy them. We can make a dictionary.
Touchtunes. Help us out.
Back to the match here. June in a position where that could have been an option to find that trip to go ahead. But unfortunately, someone moved the entire board up and down as he was throwing. Very rude. Ram not going to punish at all. And leaves a wide open door to flip the script on this leg and add a 2-1 advantage to almost 5 foot.
And Ram needs to watch out because his wife just commented he'll throat punch him if he continues to be sluggish. That may cost you, sir.
It's almost like he has extra laser sharp focus on that first throw, and then sometimes, and maybe because of the fact that this is really effectively day 3 for Ram, right? Maybe it's that focus is just starting to dip a little bit at times. The ability's clearly there.
Yeah.
The amazing timing is still there. But there's just these weird errant turns that don't normally rear its head when it comes to the Ram Guevara equation.
George is thinking 4 mark on the 20s. That's kind of a difficult workaround. You'll see him switch. Smart idea. I think that was going to be really, really tough to work in a triple there on the 20s. Oh, man. And he roars. That was a huge roar. We heard it from here.
Yeah, we're not set up near them. June, little guy, big roar. does go ahead and hit that big shot. And he is, again, throwing a really good performance throughout the entirety of this matchup.
I'll state this: that was louder than Gerwin Price.
I don't know
Yeah,
about
it was
that.
it was definitely pretty loud, my guy.
Was that like a subtle flex of like you hanging out with Gerwin Price, or like I don't
Not at all. Not at all. What? You think just Gerwin and me are hanging out yelling at each other?
I'm not gonna lie.
Go on.
I would pay to see that.
It'd be pretty funny.
Next YouTube members content's coming out soon. Oh, and there Bubba doesn't back up the big shot. It only hits the 3. Opportunity for George. Finds a trip 16. Does he grab the 2 7s? He declines. He's moving and only hits a single. Again, this shot selection is just, he's done this multiple times now. I don't love it. If you're on and you're playing normal A+ George Daniels game, do that shot selection. That's fine. But that's not the George Daniels you are at this moment. And you're leaving opportunities for the man with the hot hand to continue to fight.
Oh, he's got a hot hand indeed. Continues his run. A 7-mark average here for Junlon, as he's looking almost unstoppable until he'll keep on running.
You're challenging Bubba here to a 6. You have to secure the 15s first in this shot. You have to grab those first. You grab the 15s, get a stab at the 16s. There's the 15s. Moving over for the 16s. Does he go back?
Double. Double all day. We've seen it so many times now.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense. It just, and unfortunately, the math for a single 15 doesn't really help him anyways. But still, George with another opportunity coming up.
You wanted that slightly bigger target, and if you miss inside, even outside, it's you had to have the triple there, or the double, sorry. And this should give way.
Round 10, June's still averaging a 7.
Still, you can only hit bulls here. And you can see that 4th dart come into play.
No wonder he was averaging a 7.
He's got 4 of them. That cheater. This could be done and dusted here. Double single. Yeah. 2-1.
Beginning and end, Ram locks in.
It could have went either way there for a good margin. You felt like Junlon and Brian were going to pull that off.
It looked likely. But again, where we talked about Brian's high steady points, well, there he dipped, and June picked up the slack. And unfortunately, Bubba just didn't get the right darts with him at the same time. You time those shots together, it's an unbeatable leg. Of course, that's a secret to the recipe.
The secret sauce.
What he said, with less of an accent. Here's a 9. Coming up here from Rem Guevara.
It's a start, isn't it? It's a start, isn't it? And
it wasn't a bad dart. It was not a bad dart.
it really
at all.
wasn't. Just on the opposite side needed. And look at the aggressive play there. Junlon going and attacking twice.
Now George. Can he get the point lead back? He can. That is the enigma of George Daniels, though. Even if he is averaging in his A+ range, he'll still look at that level of annoyed at his own darts. He'll throw a 9 mark and be mad it's not a 12. That's just how he lives life.
The Alex Bellman mentality.
Now 49 points of difference here. Means that a 6 mark on a number will not get a clean shot at the 20. Not ill-advised, though. I'm just kidding. My math was wrong. It was 49.
Grabs that 17 wedge. Let's see if Julon continues the aggressive play here. He does. I figured surely he was going to stay on the 20s there with that last, and elected not to. Could cost him here. That was tough. Tough round at the board for George. He would have loved that last start out of the hand, thinking that's pure money.
Yeah, and it's frustrating when those darts don't collect.
Even taking a sit down there is, I think that's just where he's found himself. He's like, how are these not going in? He's still averaging a 4 here.
Yeah, but George has had more games out of 4 than out of 5 in the last 3-4 matches we've seen him in.
You got it. You got it right on the head there. He's wanting to keep with Ram's average here, not be the second fiddle.
Exactly right. He's the full bluegrass band. He doesn't even need to be a singular fiddle. But the problem is right now he's not finding the right tune on his banjo.
He's the third trumpet when there's only 3. He's the third seat. They go by seats.
You didn't say seats.
He's the third trumpet.
There's a good 7 mark from Julon Fernando as he continues to find some good consistency in his game. George looking to get out of the third seat. I think I used that right.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Yep. We got there.
Great dart there, George. That's exactly what you need. He's thinking, finally, I did something. Well, that did just enough, at least for now.
I mean, they want to get this done here.
They don't want to go this 2-2. No way.
And we saw it with Ram last night against Austin Braswell. 2-2 gets into that last moments. You just don't want to leave anything in the cards to chance. And here's a great opportunity for Ram. Finds the 17, finds the 15, and doesn't get the 16. He loves shooting the shot in that order. I've seen him do that in the similar positions time and time again. That's the way
transition. It's the easier transition.
He loves the easy transition. Again, technically the more valuable triple would have been the 16, but it's great because it puts the pressure on the other guys in this moment, especially with the match point advantage. That's the type of shot you take at a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah. Anytime I can go directly across instead of over, up top, down low,
that's my mentality. I go for the 20s and I hit the ones. Directly across.
A lot of people, same problem there, Nick. I mean, good analogy. Good point to bring up. Well, 2 wedges the way of Ram and George. Got to think Brian and Julon are thinking this is one a little difficult to work way out of. We need a lot of bulls, and we need them now.
Well, that's a decent amount.
Yeah, but that's difficult to work in another double there. You've got to go to the right or left. He's choosing the left.
It's still a 3-bull difference, so you don't like if it was only a 2-bull difference, you might shoot one of the other numbers as a cover, but you're still setting up 3 bulls, which would mean that and if you didn't hit it, it was just not worth the trade-off. Game, set, and match there as George Daniels and Ram Guevara Jr. gets the win as we get a thumbs up from Ram there, probably saying, thanks, I got it, Val. Stop yelling at me.
Yeah, you're kind of breathing a sigh of relief there if you're Ram and George, because that was an awfully tight-knit battle back and forth. And Julon and Brian had about five chances to really make that go their way. I got the first dip, but fell a little bit short in the second. Your champions, George Daniel and Ram Guevara Jr.
And coming up next here will be the level 2 final. Currently, that third place match is 1-0, David and Bradley over Joe and Johnny. We're going to see how that one finishes up. As soon as that match is in, they are already assigned to that main streaming board, and we will see them there in a moment. Level 3, unfortunately, the final is ready at the same time as Level 2 and Level 1. There was no chance to be able to grab that one, but good luck to the teams of Brown, Magic, and Double J. Those neat teams consisting of Billy Gregory and Jesus Gonzalez taking on Gene Scudder and Jessica Melton. Look at that. Love to see the Lady Power duo in Level 3 get into the finals. And currently Level 4 progressing along, which we will go ahead and evaluate once we get to that point there. So just give us a moment here. Level 2 finals coming up shortly. Here we go. It is time for the finals match here in level 2 of Lucky Jacks taking on Joe and Johnny. What should be a good matchup here? 5 mark found for John Cortez in this opening round here. What should be a good one? I'm looking forward to seeing this. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon and Will Stewart. Joe and Johnny, that you see there. That's going to be John Cortez and Johnny Smith. I love to see that duo because John Cortez and Johnny Smith played in the finals against each other of the Houston, Texas San Antonio, Texas amateur singles bracket. To see them paired up together is really cool. I love it when mortal enemies become best friends on the dartboard, and seeing them paired up together is exciting stuff to see. Taking on Lucky Jacks, who we had on the stream earlier today. Lucky Jacks, including the team of Romeo Diana and Mark McLaughlin. Love to see it. So John Cortez here with a 5-point advantage. Grabs a single 20, leaving an opening here. Let us know in the chat who you want and who you're cheering for in this final bracket. We also do have a shout out here, just a reminder of the teams playing in the level 3 final. Billy Gregory and Jesus Gonzalez taking on Gene Shutter and Jessica Melton. And a good 6 mark found. Daniel Fletcher asking, how does someone become a pro? Is it only level 2 top 3? I can promise it's not only level 2. And to answer your question, just we talked about this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, but also in other addressings of this topic. With the new system and the new changes, the pro system is actually going to be getting reworked, revamped. It already needed updates prior to these changes anyways, and we thought this would be a good opportunity to revamp, and we'll be rolling that out hopefully towards the end of this year. Show everybody, hey, this is what a new BullShooter Pro system looks like, where, again, we want to make it truly have the same level of meaning, if not increase its meaning of prestige, right? It has to mean something. It has to accomplish something. They play luck asking, is Will Stewart lost? What's he doing on the board? Yeah, I forgot what camera angle we were going to have, and I was going to set up for a whole, yeah, he's still in helping in the background, but clearly slacking off. How dare he? But to more honestly answer your question, why is Will in the background? Well, it was a cool opportunity. He was actually supposed to be heading out of here in about 20 minutes to catch a flight. With some unfortunate delays, it looks like he had to reschedule his flight for first thing tomorrow morning. And because that's the case, I told him, I was like, hey, you're here for some extra time that we weren't expecting you for. If you want to go play triples, go play triples. And he actually found a really good trips team. So he's going out there and getting warmed up as that starts in 20 minutes. Can't really blame him. And I know when I was on the 38th and even some of the 39th tour, I played in a bunch of those triples events. So told him, like, go have that opportunity. It's fun. John trying to go ahead and get the 18s in their direction. Does the bare minimum of the close. But unfortunately, little Mark here, averaging a 3, just needs to continue that, finding a 3. Jason Watt in the chat saying, everyone, please make sure to follow and subscribe. Thanks for the shout out, Jason. Appreciate that. Of course, we were talking about J. Cal and John's final in San Antonio. Another notable moments of San Antonio, of course, is when Ram became Jason Watt's daddy. So really cool things there. Jack Wagon saying, Nick always being the good guy, Nick greater than Will. I mean, I can be the bad guy if I need to be, but I also agree with Nick greater than Will. Thank you, Jack Wagon. Appreciate that. And again, appreciate each and every one of you for giving love and support to these players that absolutely deserve all the attention here. After level 2 final, we'll be moving on to cover the end of level 4 as well. Unfortunately, again, level 3 final coming up at the same time as level 2 and level 1. But at least we'll be getting levels 1, 2, and 4 to be able to get a good range of players here to finish out our coverage for day 3 in Orlando, day 2 of the regional. If you also want to watch mixed triples tonight, it'll be live with no commentary coverage over on twitch.tv/BullShooter World Tour. Go ahead and drop the link in that chat here, and you guys can follow right along with us. We're currently live there, obviously, for this coverage. But it's where we're going to be doing our bonus no commentary coverage of the mixed triples event. Lucky Jacks getting a good position. I'm trying to reclaim the position. Incal? Needed to find another one of those trip 16s. Does find a 7. 42 points of separation. 42 is interesting here because Rom's coming up. I mean, he's averaging a 6.25 in this leg. But he's in a really strong position where you would expect him to be able to attack the 16s. But at the same time, starting with the 19s, a single 19 pushes it so trip 16 doesn't get you the point lead. Playing the safe and smart shots. And goes on for a beautiful 7 mark here. In this leg 1 matchup here of our level 2 final.
I agree.
Yeah, you do. I listen. I tried to say like Nick DeSherry here, joined by Gordon Dixon and Will Stewart, but everyone's like, "Hey, why is Will in the background throwing darts?" And then Jason Watt comes in here and says, "Shut up, Nick. Quit talking." So it's a pleasure to have you back, Gordon.
Yes, I had to take a quick run out to the pool. It was daunting, but
for the record, I assumed to meet with your family for a second, not to take a quick dip.
No. So someone trying to sell my wife a timeshare, and I had to get in the way.
Was she calling you to like bail her out, or was she calling you because she was so excited about the new timeshare that you were about to sign?
Well, she was excited about the discounted rate to stay here for another 5 nights. And I was like, that's not going to happen because there's probably something tied to it. And sure enough, I go out there, and the first thing I hear for whoever he was talking to at the time was the woman said, well, what if I don't show up for the 1-hour seminar? And I was like, yeah, we don't need to talk to this man anymore.
And don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
That was a little juiced. I'll take 5 more nights.
Perfect.
But yeah, the 30 grand timeshare is going to get in the way of that.
How big is this shot if this goes?
Oh, this is huge. What a great opportunity to keep the leg. Not going to happen.
And Gordon, I touched on this earlier, but how cool is it to see John Cortez and Johnny Smith, who play each other in the amateur singles final at San Antonio BullShooter, now partnered up out here in Florida? I love that.
Yeah, very cool. It's going to open up a lot of things. I mean, I don't know how many times as we see Mark polish it off there, the first leg, how many times we've said kind of off camera, like, oh, that's cool. Like when you see different partners in levels 3, level 4, and how that all kind of plays out.
Speaking of level 3, Double J currently up 1-0 in that final. That's, again, Gene Schroeder and Jessica Melton in that position right now.
So awesome. And a future dart partner chiming in there, knowing full well what the answer is. I do not have a woman for the Summer Showdown next weekend. So anyone participating that may be interested, let us know.
Not us. They can just let you know. Or Greg. Just don't let me know. I don't care.
Yeah, no. Definitely shoot him. He can set us up.
Oh, sorry. Community manager. I'll be happy to set you up.
Thank you.
on a
Do your
team.
job, sir.
I asked the other day what my job was to somebody at work because I didn't know at this point. I asked somebody. I was like, "So, what does community manager do?" It was like, "Well, does it involve people?" And I said, "Sometimes my stuff involves people." And they said, "Does it involve darts?" And I said, "Sometimes my stuff involves darts." They're like, "Okay, anything with music or with people and darts is probably a community manager task." I'm like, "That's terrible definition for us."
I love it.
And again, just a reminder, folks. We will be live with no commentary for the mixed triples over on twitch.tv/BullShooter World Tour after the level 4 final concludes.
Oh, good switch back up.
Well, Jessica Coburn says hi to Gregory on that remark, so there you go. Problem solved. Plus, you two ladies, men, having trouble getting a lady that doesn't, no, there's no way. Not buying it. Hot commodities on the mixed triples circuit.
You would think.
That's what Jen Lysak told me.
You would think. And as soon as I bring up Greg's name, they just scurry away. You know what I mean?
I was going to say that on the microphone. That feels a little rude. Glad to see Will Stewart's warm-ups are going well, though, as chat was curious.
That is not an indication on how well Will play once the names start getting called.
That is fair. They're unrelated metrics.
All right. John Cortez back at the line here. 6 a turn right now. Looking like we're going to even this one up. Oh, doesn't grab the treble 20, but job still done. 72-point deficit for Mark. Stepping up here.
Yeah, they want to get this done 2 straight, right? Who doesn't want to win the final convincingly? They won the seat 2 straight against a different opponent. Admittedly, little Mark has not been the one dictating for their team as much. It's been Rom. Rom has been the strongest shooter of them all.
Back-to-back big shots there for Joe and Johnny. Only 2 marks. So, again, pretty straightforward shot here to have the point lead. Had a winning shot, actually. Find a bull. Make it easy on his partner. He does. Again, this one looking like we're going to go to 3.
Well, the rule of thumb is if it's a finals match, it must go last leg decider in second set.
Especially if it's like 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
Rack it up.
Honestly, though, I mean, to have level 1 done and level 2 and a 3 in a final before triples, again, BullShooter of old with the long run times is not really the case here. We have stuff clearly that we need to be working on, but that is not one of them. I got to give hats off to the tournament team as this is now 1-1.
Yeah, tournament team combined with some of the back end bracket tools have really helped that kind of stuff. Gives a clearer picture for the players of when they're up, and just helps this tournament move along. It also doesn't hurt that it's a pretty big hike to get out of the hall and go do anything that you may need to do in between matches.
We're at a very nice hotel with a very big property. Unfortunately, there is drawbacks to that. It is quite far away to get to the other side. And that's why, as a streamer, I have a backpack, so I don't have to go back to my room in the middle because I never have time anyways. There's at least once or twice a year you'll catch me falling asleep underneath the streaming table in between sessions sometimes. That happens at NDA Vegas the most, actually. Take little floor naps. You know hotel carpets are known for their cleanliness?
Oh yeah, they're not just squares that they replace as needed for nothing.
As needed is relative for some of the hotels. This one, nice carpets.
So open right off the bat after winning the cork is a big 7-mark punish from John Cortez.
Cortez has a great mentality. We got a chance to interview with him in San Antonio and talking about his prior experience and just his approach to darts. But even out here, he actually was right at the cusp and was in a level 2, and he went up to the stage and says, "No, I came here to play level 1." And asked to move up. Now, doubles, I think playing where the cards lie with your partner is one thing, but in singles, to say, hey, I'm going to go up there, I'm fine with it. That's what I came for. You love to see it.
When only a single to back him up. Mark coming in here. Chance to kind of reestablish in this leg. They're leaving it open.
Yeah, your goal is to grab a couple 19s, but also get the 20.
Got to go up.
Yeah, you do. You don't like the position of that first dart anyways. But you have to find it if you're going to go up too, though.
Yeah, that'll stick with you there.
And again, this is not the man you want to approach behind a shot like that. This is really the tale of two shooters at the current moment in this matchup. Joseph, thanks for the compliment. We appreciate you and appreciate everyone else watching along and supporting everybody.
Oh, what a good last dart. He's going to hate those first two, but kept his composure, took the time, found the treble.
Well, Double J completes the first set on the double dip against Brown Magic.
See the frustration here from Rom, who has been a pretty big deliverer here.
We got our Jacksonville Jaguar fans tuning in for Lucky Jacks with some Duval. And he shrugs his shoulder, but that's what you needed.
Yeah, nothing special, but honestly, job done. And Mark and Rom not doing what they need to here to try to win this one in the first set.
Good spot. Stay. Unlucky. And the last one got away just a little bit. First and second, nothing wrong with those darts. Does find 4, but now control fully in Joe and Johnny's hands.
John playing extremely well right now.
Yeah, and good on him. He's definitely finding some good form at the moment.
Oh, and only 4. So again, don't have to do anything too flashy here. 3 straight 17s will do it. You see a shake of the head after that first one. Going to stay up. Does go up. But only 2 marks total. So again, a bit of an opening. Treble 17s, though, only 102 points. So he take the opportunity to go up. He does not. But the hot hand on the board. Mr. Cortez.
Interesting motion. As you can see, he tilts the tip of his dart down as he does a very small drawback. Almost like kind of clenching his hand a little bit. It seems the way it works to be able to throw his dart. And other than the long pause at the back, pretty traditional setup here from Rom on the throw.
Playground closed. Going to be new number. Nope. All 20s. See what he thinks of that. Had a big opportunity to run away a little bit farther, but still no 9 or 7 mark. Lead and close for little Mark. Does bring it back and
Deadpants there.
breaks the fourth wall there.
Yeah. That that was trippy there for a second. Good moment. It's just a little spark. I say just a little because this can still happen.
Well, and really, he'd kind of fallen off there for a little bit, and you saw he didn't do well with the transition. When that guy has a plan when he walks up there, he's delivering right now. It's some of that indecision that is kind of slowing him down.
There's a
66.
debate. Yeah, you were doing the same math I was. He declined. Do you think that was? I mean, it makes it to a 50-point difference, so it does reduce the bowl deficit that's building between them.
Well, and the other thing is it continues to give them an opportunity to get more comfortable during each turn. Because they can just chuck one up at the 20.
And now you're at a 130-point difference.
And you could have capped it at least 66 and make him throw 3 straight darts on the 16. Again, it's not a given that you're going to come back with a lead, but it at least means you're not going to get hammered. Only 4. So again, pretty straightforward shot here for John. 2 16s. Does choose to go over to the 15.
Yeah, now that could be the opening you need, though, if you're Rom. I mean, again, you can't do it all in this turn, but you can do a lot in this turn. If you grab the 15s in any amount of points, I think you have to shoot this 20, though.
Yeah, if you close the 15, you got to snag the 20. Does not do that. It is a power close, so he does get 30 back, but man, an early treble in that turn could have really changed the shape of that of this match. Oh, what a dagger. What a dagger. This one looking like it's going to another set.
All night long.
All night.
Love the energy here. Is unfortunately just not in the cards the other direction. I mean, anything's still possible, but John Cortez has been steady, even as he has cooled down to a more expected range. Nice and good on the play. Not a bad last start, just not the right spot. And unfortunately, the comeback opportunity would have started on this turn, but it needed to start with more.
Yeah. Single bull here to take us to a deciding set.
Well, I mean, 6 is still on the table. Now it's on. All right, deciding set time. And the fake celebration there. So here we go. We're going to get set up real quick here, and we're going to move right into that set. And it looks like J-Cal to Diddle. And he's not happy, considering he just found the bull, doesn't collect. Well, they're all having a laugh. It's about to get serious here in this deciding set.
Yeah, pretty crazy. They got to feel good. They just won against the darts in a decider there. So I'd say pressure on Lucky Jacks.
And Lucky Jacks has bested earlier in the day against them. It was a 2-1 win in the top 4. And then a 2-0 win over David and Bradley in the seat match. Yeah, 2-1 response rate back, showing this is a pretty chalk matchup so far on paper. But one team out of the between these two will come out on top and become level 2 champions here. Little Mark staying true to his name, only a 2.
This is where the punishment starts. John seems to have the answer each time. He's not happy with 4, but again, they've got control of that 20. Someone is going to have to waste the dart to close it.
If you were going second and were able to grab the 20 and any amount of points off it, you're going to be happy. Trying to like play in my brain of what would like an instance be where I grab points on the 20 going second that I'm not happy with, and I can't think of one. Even if you want more.
Well, I really like that. He took the opportunity early to go ahead and shut that 20 down. Joe does grab another playground. We'll see how he is going to work on it.
Looks like we have 81 teams in our mixed triples tonight. That's 5 more teams than last year, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember last year at the start of the 39 tour, we had 76 teams, and I was impressed it was done before midnight. And so there you go, 81 teams this year, a nice increase. Following stuff. The reason I'm asking or bringing this up is because I went to go see what Will Stewart's up to in the bracket. Selfishly. Oh, and no team name. Gina, Brian, Will. That's points in Gordon's book right there.
Boy. At least he's practicing what he preaches. 'Cause I know he always nods his head when I'm in here griping about team names.
No, he's not nodding his head. He's nodding off when you're talking, actually. Want that to be known.
Fair enough. Got Ram Jr. in the chat. Like he's following along for some buddies.
Fellow Texans there. Makes sense. Love to see it. Congratulations to Will Stewart, Brian Bigham, and Gina P. as they did win their first round match against Bai.
Hey-o. Can't go undefeated if you don't win the first one.
That's true.
John, another big shot.
He's definitely showing the best stuff in this matchup so far, as far as the play and the timing of his shots. Rom in the first legs or couple legs was right there. Has definitely slowed down his pacing. I think that's part of the thing is that him and Lil Mark were in a much stronger position earlier on, and they've just kind of slowed their pace and mismatched their timings. no one really knows the answer to that one. It always have yourself being synced with your partner. It's tough.
Oh, and only a single mark. Speaking of Mark, here comes little Mark. How is he going to play this?
He's going to stay on that same spot.
Double 19. Oh, he's aggressive. He tries to move on.
Yeah, I still would have preferred a little restraint on the last start, but I love the first two. And again, I only say that just because John Cortez has been very excellent right now, and you want to just try to make sure to minimize any damage he could do. But in this case, I'm going to hurt too bad. Still a solid 4.
Certainly not what he's come to expect out of himself in this match so far, but job done. We'll see Rom start to pick it up here.
Got June tuning in the chat here, saying hi, everybody. Mr. Hurricane, I just want to let you know my dad said he's a fan of you now. He enjoyed watching you play.
Talking about my Pop Darts partner there.
Are you guys going to go in pro doubles together?
They got nothing. They don't know what's about to happen. we're taking the show on the road. Bubba's coming with us.
That show is pay-per-view for sure. At least commentate that too.
Yeah, they need to step up their game all the way around. We need some
Flippable tables?
Yeah, we need some flippable tables.
Any table's flippable if you try hard enough. Secure with a power close. Slip it into that double. Only need to single it, just pull it a little safe. John can't do much even from this position. He can get into range. Would have been 2-point deficit with that last start being a triple, but it's not. And Rom should just stay for a calculated close. A 47-point difference. Single 19 would push the bull. Good shot.
I love it.
Nothing wrong with that. Chad, are we placing over-under bets on Will Stewart's first round matchup in the trips? Or second round matchup, are we placing over-under on the results here?
Over and under what?
30 average for Will. I think that's good. We'll do that. 30 PPD.
There's the first leg. Are we going to get to know instantly whether or not that bet has come in?
I mean, I can check the individual game. Yeah, I mean,
right.
If we're still live when that first round finishes, I'll pay out. The casino, the cashier's desk will be open.
Nah, I wouldn't do that in front of him.
I would. One of Will's least favorite memories with me probably was when we were both in that DPFL season playing. And we had the match that at the end of the season decided was a key factor in deciding if he was going to make playoffs or not. And I had him commentate that match as they were in the same pod as him. Will did not have fun. It's a good friend.
Here comes J. Cal. Looking to play aggressive, really. Trying to follow the already closed 19, only up 20 points. Playing with a little fire here. Down a leg. Must-win leg. We are in the final set. Double dip is technically on. Both these players or teams do have a loss now. And Rom not able to find anything more than a single 19.
Very disappointing turn. This enables John Cortez, and he's going to shoot the 19 here first, and I love every bit of that shot. Because now you can just go up, focus on getting the points expanded, and that's a class shot there from John Cortez. Well composed.
Yep. Well executed.
It pushes Little Mark in a position to find a big mark on the 18s. Only gets a 2.
Oh, big last there. The power close snags another 18. What can Rom do here? Lucky Jacks pretty much struggling wire to wire in this one. Players at a 2-5 or below. Not what you would expect in a level 2 final.
Frustrated by the 3, but again, all you needed on the shot was a 3. Because that 3 mark there says you're very likely to go to the last leg decider. If you hit extra credit, you probably could have guaranteed it. But now you're forcing your opponents once again to start the rally cry. And there's a good 6, but again, it's not enough with a 2-number advantage for me to be dissuaded from shooting right at the 16s.
Yeah, J-Cal really has done a great job of sticking with these shots. Does pull the ripcord early here, trying to put some more points on it early.
Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, here's the thing. You're not going to be wrong by shooting the points, and I don't want to make that very clear. I just think you want to try to continue with momentum there and make it feel like you're dominating the league. Your opponents, if they hit a big shot, the rally after that, it all of a sudden feels like a door opener. Back-to-back 6 marks on the 16s.
Starting to fight back, but this is the man of the match. We're handing out an MVP.
If only.
Be the man to start with here.
A big last start. You didn't hit at least a single on the last. It would have left an opportunity for a 4 mark to close the top end numbers. Still not out of the woodwork yet, per se. Just a 2 on the grab. Cal choosing to start at the 20s now, taking a look. Does find the 16s. Going back. Good shot there. Lucky Jacks has been staying sticky at the tail end of this leg and when it was in a pretty heavily favored position in the other direction. Need that last start to kind of continue their chances of a comeback. Because again, John should only need these 3 big singles. 48 points means he wants to at least hit a 20 or an 18 after the fact. But no matter what, they're in a good spot. He's looking up. Don't love this. Still don't love it. Yeah, getting a slight door opener here.
I mean, no real big punish shot available. But there was no reason to let them live on these 15s regardless. Oh, and he is going to do as good as he could have here.
Love that shot. I mean, they're up 1-0 in the set, putting themselves in a position to be at a 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3, and J. Cal needs to waste 1 on a single 15. He's going to close out. Good start on the bull. See what that meant to him.
We have a gentleman wearing a beer case as a hat. It's the type of energy we need in our audience. I love it. Well, that's not a bad spot.
That is a really good looking dart for 4 bulls. Oh, that is not.
Yeah, I got pulled. Got to refocus, and you don't hit the last start there. Getting one more to help your partner out, because there's no guarantees. Again, this is the guy that I would expect to hit 2 bulls most of the time here, but it's to get to a last leg decider in a final set. There's no guarantees. Needs to find one. Those flights are crossed.
Yeah,
It's there.
Really good dart there. With the big part of the bull. Found it. So another all-important cork. See who starts. Throws up his hands. Little Mark. We'll win the start. Almost a replica of the end of the first match.
Yeah.
Cal and John going to need to break in another decider.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but John Cortez, while it hasn't been flashy averages, here's what he's been doing. He's been shooting the right timings. He's been helping dictate and control legs. It's hard to bet against someone that's playing like that right now. And J. Cal, a little bit below the gear he would want to be at, doing a good job supporting. They're going to be a tough duo in this matchup for this final leg. Let us know who is going to take it. As there's your opening 6 mark from Lucky Jacks, and then only a 3 from John John. In this final. And goodbye, camera. That was actually the man wearing the beer box hat that absolutely just hit that. So, on brand again.
Incredible that they can still hit the board with it shaking like that.
The board's just imitating me at the club. Taking it. Good 6 from King Cal. Don't want to give up on this deep into the run.
Yeah, needed that. Give a little spark. A Mark coming off a 6th mark open. Partner followed with 7. This is where they zero in. Might as well be. Another 6 mark there for little Mark. They're calling him pile of marks. 7-6.
Took me a little too long to click there.
Drop just low.
Games are won and lost in the 16s and 15s more often than you would expect, as the beer hat has hit the second camera. But does walk away from the board, don't you worry. Fight back is continuing.
Point lead. Point lead.
It adds a dart. You wanted more on that last, don't get me wrong, but that's still a win.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see what Mark does here. Looks like he's looking up. Oh, and he's going to bury it. Mark coming alive here just when he needed it. Job done. No 9 mark swing here. He does take the lead. How is Rom going to play this one?
Brown Magic does recover from the double dip scenario from Double J in level 3. So congratulations on a very tough fought battle there.
Double dip completed. Is that what I heard?
No, they fell short. They recovered.
Oh, gotcha.
Recovered.
Lucky Jack's looking to recover here. Gonna have to be done on the bull. There it
3
is.
bulls and a dream.
Hat trick. Oh, and he buries the double. What a shot.
Yeah, Lucky
What a
Jacks
shot.
does get it there. Good shot, good shooting, and some hugging between the opponents there. And what was a great matchup, honestly, but the seat holders reigned true, and you can see the celebration of what it meant there. As coming up next will be the level 4 final here in just a moment's time for our final match coverage before going into our no commentary trips coverage. We'll be back in just a moment. Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon, and was joined by Will Stewart, but he left us. He abandoned. Oh, number 1. There we go. Thanks, little Mark. Well, that's the right number 1 to flash the camera, by the way. We'll be back in just a moment. Well, how about that? A big congratulations there to Samson Sheets and Cameron Coley, who get that win, get the first place trophy. I'm going to take a moment here and be very honest with everybody that's watching. I promise you guys, I mean this with every bit. Gordon and I had a lot of fun commentating that, to realize at the very end our microphones were muted the entire time. I can promise you, quiz me on anything that happened in that match. We were here commentating the whole time, and you guys didn't hear a word of it, but we did get a chance to see that level 4 final. Big takeaway for it is, honestly, finals like that weren't possible under the old system, and it was possible here. To give the opportunity for these players and to see how much it means to them is great to see. Congratulations to Longshot on the runner-up position, and of course a big win there for Sheets and Coley, as you can see, waving to the camera there, celebrating the win. Now, if you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, the feed will be going down here as we're coming to an end of our coverage, but we will be doing bonus mixed triples coverage on twitch.tv/BullShooter World Tour. Link will be dropped in the comments right here, right now. I do want to humbly apologize. I promise you we were here, not doing no commentary for no reason. That one's on me. It's been a long days. I mean, we've been doing 12 to 16 hours a day for 2 days now leading into this, plus the couple days of 12-hour days going into before. So, again, big apologies there. But now it's going to be getting into our triples coverage. And we have some great matches coming up here on our stream. So no commentary for the rest of it. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube, the feed will be going down here. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back in a little while. Okay, hold on, chat. I see Joe and Melissa saying I was sleeping under the table. No, I can tell you that big 8 from Samson at the very end to tie it together. That very first leg, there was back and forth opportunities with missed chances at the bowl, going back and forth multiple times where one bowl was needed and 3 darts were thrown. The player did not convert. But overall, the seat holders remain true. I promise we were here. I am sorry. Need to go apologize to those players out there. But again, let's take a moment. Thank you guys for tuning in and giving us all your love and support. We appreciate each and every one of you for following along. Make sure to go over and hit that follow button and to stay in tune, as we will be live 11 a.m. Eastern time on Facebook and YouTube and Twitch tomorrow to round out our Sunday coverage here of the Florida Regional to kick off our 40th tour. My name is Nick Schroeder, joined by Gordon Dixon and Will Stewart. We will be seeing you guys tomorrow. And again, if you're watching on Twitch, stay in as the coverage will continue for mixed triples with no commentary.